Hello everybody and welcome into my latest live stream. Today it is the 11th of May 2023. It's Thursday. I'm your host CareyHolzman and today I've got another mini PC to review. First, I want to say thank you for the contributions prior to the show. Thank you to Avery Ramstorth for both the Super Chat contribution and Amazon gift card. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I also want to say thank you to Planet Cryos with a $3 contribution in Super Chat, and also a member now for 12 months. Albert Hewson also became a member. Right on, Albert. Thank you so much for you guys becoming members of the Tech Channel. There are subscribers and there are members, and the members get access to members-only content as well as direct access to me anytime you want to talk to me. I always prioritize responding to all of my members, whether it's you're just saying hello or you have a technical problem or you need assistance with anything. Please feel free to reach out to me. Sometimes people, when they reach out, they say, "I'm sorry to bother you." You are not bothering me. My members are very, very important to me, and I want to make sure that I have time for all of the members, because without them, 50% of the content you see on this channel would not be possible. So when you see that little gold badge next to somebody's name in the chat room, that's showing that they are a member of the channel, and you can thank them for the content you're watching for free. All right, just so you know. Peter Laycock, our good friend from Scotland, says, "Good evening, Carey and Marlena and everyone in the chat." Hey, Buster, how are you today? Thank you for continuing to support the show, and I hope you are doing well. Alan Lindos with $7.77 in the Super Chat says, "Hello, Carey, Chat, and Mara. Here is my on-time fee." So, Camera Girl's not here today. However, I will be using the close-up arm. This is my Camera Girl replacement right here. We will bring this out when we go for the heads, the straight-down shot of this machine as we look into today's topic, which is this new Beelink mini PC. Oh, and Ben Laird, also joining us from Scotland, just contributed £5 in Super Chat. And he says, "Hello from Scotland." Cheers, Ben. Thank you so much. Richard Cullen pops in the chat, says, "Hello. Hello to all my friends in blue and all my friends in green and all my friends in white." If you're in white, it's probably because you're new here. And if you continue to appear in the chat room and participate with respect, I will turn you blue. But it is something that is earned. And I would love to add more people to the community, but just want to make sure that we're adding the right people, people that are kind, respectful. I don't care if you're super smart. I don't care if you're super dumb. I don't care if you're male or female. I don't care if you're religious or not. I don't care what country you're from and whether it's an ally of my country. I don't care about any of that. I just want you to not be a jerk. That seems to be a talent that's, rare. It's a rare commodity today. So we're here collecting a community of kind individuals who all share this passion for technology, and we would love for you to be a part of it. And it's your choice. You choose to be nice. That's all there is to it. It's really simple. And moving on with that, I want to say thanks to the folks at Beelink for sending me this computer for review. There's no money being exchanged. I am not obligated to review this to a certain specification or to say certain things or to not say certain things. I am free to say whatever I want to say. And so, as a real working computer technician, my integrity as a computer technician is far more important than the number of views I get on YouTube, and it's far more important to me than whether or not I have to, for lack of a better word, sell out to make commercials for companies. Now, for some companies that I'm a big fan of that I use in my business, well, I'm doing that anyway. And I have to say, my experience with the folks at Beelink has been wonderful. I haven't seen any products that I would steer you away from, but I do want to introduce you to the product and explain to you why it's priced the way it's priced and what you should expect. Because in this industry, typically when you pay less, you get less. When you pay more, you get more. And we have these ranges of computers, right? We have budget PCs, we have mid-range PCs, and then we have high-end and gaming PCs. And each one about doubles the price as you go up. And when you double the price, you're doubling more than just how fast the processor is. These days, it's much more complicated than that. Whether or not the motherboard or the chipset on the board supports PCIe Gen 3 or Gen 4, whether or not it's a by 4 or a by 1, whether or not it's single channel, dual channel, whether it's DDR4, DDR5, whether or not it accepts SATA only or NVMe or a mixture of both, how upgradable, how expandable, how many things it can multitask at once, what kind of speed, and how many ports does it have? In other words, what kind of speed Wi-Fi does it have? What kind of speed LAN port does it have? Who makes the LAN port? Who makes the Wi-Fi card? What version of Wi-Fi does it have? What version of Bluetooth does it have? Just so many variables. Back in the day, in 1991, you could look at a 48633 or a 48625, and the difference between them was 8 megahertz. They were essentially the same. Nowadays, as the technology's evolved, it's gotten much more complicated. And so when you're buying these budget PCs, you're not getting the dual channel RAM, and you're not getting the high-speed NVMe ports, likely because the CPU just doesn't have that many lanes of traffic available to it, or the chipset on the board can't handle that much information at the same time. So even though the chip itself could be rated at the same speed as a more expensive chip, it doesn't have as many lanes of traffic. So it's no different than you can get on a road that has 1 lane, or you can get on a wide freeway that has 8 lanes, all moving in the same direction. Which one do you think moves more cars faster? And the point I'm trying to make here is that you should buy a PC that fits your needs. That includes your budget and how you're going to use the PC. I don't know what that is, but the reason why all of these variables exist is to meet the needs of each individual. You don't get this in the world of Apple. In the world of Apple, Apple decides that you will have what everybody else has within a couple of variants, and that's it. There's no competition in price. They charge what they want to charge. That's all Apple's rule. And some people prefer that. Some people don't like the burden of making a decision or of having the freedom to decide where they want to go, when they want to go. They want to be told, here's where you go, here's when you go, and here's how you get there. For those people, the world of Apple exists. I'm assuming you're part of the PC world and you're watching this channel because you're somebody who enjoys your freedom. You're somebody who enjoys having the control of deciding what's important for you. Where do I want to put most of my money? Do I want more storage, or do I want more RAM, or do I want more processing power? Do I want more GPU? Do I want something to just get me by for the next year or two? Do I want something for the kids to remote into school with that I don't want them goofing around, so I don't want to give them a gaming PC because we know how they're going to use it? Maybe that's your line of reasoning. Maybe you've got a TV in the bedroom and you want to stream movies to it, and you don't want to use like a Fire Stick, you want more power than that. Maybe you're working from home, you need a computer to remote from home, but at the same time you also want it for personal use, and that includes gaming. So it runs the gamut from $100 computers to $4,000 or $5,000, heck, even $10,000 for some computers. So what we're looking at today is what would be considered to be in the higher end of a budget PC. So within the budget, within the classification of budget PC, there's a price range from some amount to some other amount. And there's no set sort of definition of what defines a budget PC officially. But generally speaking, as a computer technician, and I've been in business for 32 years, my definition of budget PC is anything under $400. And my definition of a mid-range PC is $400 to $800. And my definition of high-end is $800 and up. And in many cases, when we're saying high-end in gaming, the gaming GPU, the graphics card itself, can double the price of the computer. I've seen people spend more for the graphics card than for the rest of the entire system combined. And if that's what they want and that fits their budget and that meets their needs, there's nothing wrong with it. So what I'm trying to do is clear the muddied waters here, because some people on the internet will turn their nose up at things because it doesn't meet their needs without any consideration for society around them. And so they'll just tell society, this budget, any budget PC is terrible. It's slow, it doesn't have many channels of traffic, of data, and it's not upgradable, blah, 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 blah. But a lot of people don't have the luxury to drop the kind of money a person like that's going to drop on a system who's so elitist, snobbish, nose in the air. And it's okay to say a budget PC isn't right for me. It's just as right to say a high-end PC isn't right for me. My whole life, for example, may not revolve around PCs. I don't want to pour a whole bunch of money into something that I'm not totally into. I use it as a tool, as a utility. And I'm not saying me, I'm saying this could be the attitude of any of you watching. And none of you are wrong. So when I do these video reviews of these products, I'm trying to cover the gamut. I'm trying to say, okay, let's look at some budget line. Let's look at some mid-range. Let's look at some high-end. Obviously, budget PCs, in my experience, far outsell, like 9-to-1, anything high-end. The high-end PCs are typically enthusiasts and gamers, and they do not represent the majority of PC owners. So if we're trying to make a video that is appealing to the vast majority of people in general, then budget PCs are where we want to focus. But at the same time, I don't want to alienate folks who are more or less in the mid-range or are high-end or gamers, right? I don't want to alienate anybody. So I try to do a little bit of everything with a little bit more on the budget side, just a little bit more. And for people who feel like they have to have mid-range or high-end, you might be surprised at just how powerful and robust these new line of budget computers, especially these new mini PCs, are. So something to consider. You may not need to spend as much money as you think you need to spend. And some people, they buy a computer, they never upgrade it. In fact, most people never upgrade their computers. So whether or not something is upgradable or not, like if it's got soldered on RAM, there's benefits to having soldered on RAM in terms of reliability. But in exchange for that, and cost, it'll cost less to make the computer. In exchange for that, it's not upgradable if the RAM is soldered on, and it's likely going to be single channel in most cases, so you're not going to get the added performance of dual channel RAM. But you're also paying significantly less. And if it's just something you're weighing in benchmarks that has no impact on how you use the machine, well, I would question why you're buying the computer, right? If it's just to win benchmark races, then it's just a money game. The bigger, fatter your wallet is, the more you're going to win that game. It's not a level of intelligence or creativity. That's just spending money. Anybody that can spend the money can easily achieve all those high scores and benchmarks. That's not a skill. So in any event, I want to do the unboxing here. I'll show you this brand new EQ12 from Beelink, but first I want to go to the Beelink website and let's see what Beelink says about this. So I'm going to go over to b-link.com and I'm going to turn on my window capture on my OBS software here. There it is. Now you see they've got it in 4 different colors here. We've got, we'll scroll down and we'll see what it says the colors are. I can't really tell. This is an Intel N100 CPU. Intel has dropped the name Celeron. They're no longer branding their budget CPUs as Celeron. Now it's just the letter N. And they've got numbers after the letter N, and the bigger that number is, at least if it's a 3-digit number, the bigger the number is, the faster it is. I know it gets a little confusing because they also had a 5000 series, which is actually a generation behind this. Now you'll see this has DDR5 memory, and this I want you to pay close attention to. This says here it's got an M2 NVMe times 1. That doesn't mean you're getting 1. It means it operates on 1 lane of traffic, where if you see a lot of the desktop computers and laptops I've been reviewing, These are going to say PCIe times 4. And again, it doesn't mean you get 4 M.2 slots. It means that that single M.2 slot runs across 4 lanes of traffic simultaneously. So if each one of these lanes can do 1,000 megabytes per second, then having 4 lanes means you can do 4,000 megabytes per second. So what this means is no matter how fast of an NVMe drive we put into this budget computer, it will not go any faster than the traffic, the amount of traffic one lane can handle, which in this case, you're probably looking around 800 megabytes per second. So it doesn't make any sense to spend a lot of money on high performance NVMe storage. It's not going to run any faster because the limitation is going to be here. But because of that limitation, the price is cheaper. The CPU costs less to make. The chipset's less to make. This also has Wi-Fi 6. Now, if you wanted Wi-Fi 6E, it wouldn't do you much good on this computer because, once again, the bottleneck isn't necessarily going to be on your network traffic. And in all likelihood, that Wi-Fi 6 controller is soldered on. I don't know. We'll open it up and look. But when we're looking at budget machines, if we can solder components directly onto the board, we can significantly reduce the cost to sell. We can sell it for less because it costs less to make. I continue to scroll down here. There's a little bit more about the Intel N100 processor. Now, if you're somebody who's very conscientious about how much power your machine's using, this is a 25-watt processor. It'll ramp up to 3.4 gigahertz with a base, meaning it'll idle at 0.8 gigahertz, so it keeps the heat and the electric energy usage low. Here's the kicker. 4 cores and 4 threads. That's incredible. Traditionally, Celeron processors never had hyperthreading. But as things have evolved and Intel has to compete with AMD, they're giving more and more value to the Celeron processor. So you're going to have 4 cores with 4, oh, my bad. It doesn't have hyperthreading. If it had hyperthreading, it would be 8 threads. So there is no hyperthreading here. I take that back. So 4 cores and 4 threads. 1 thread for each core. If it had hyperthreading, which a more expensive processor would, then we'd have 4 cores and 8 threads, right? So that's how we define what this information is displayed on the screen. 16 gigs is the maximum amount of memory. Now, that's a pretty low maximum. And I'm going to guess that the RAM is soldered on. And I think that's why they can say definitively that 16 gigs is all it's ever going to be able to hold. So with regards to colors, it looks like we've got a white, a silver, a gray, and a blue. I'm not quite sure what they're calling it. Now this does show, here it shows the RAM is not soldered on. It's showing a Crucial branded DDR5 RAM module, and it's showing an M.2 drive that's traditional 2280 length, width and length, and it's PCI by 1. So I made some incorrect assumptions here. I'm surprised if that actually has a socketable DDR5 RAM module, what would happen if we put a 32 gig module in it? We're going to find that out today, and we'll verify everything that they're saying here on the site. My videos are all done completely live, unscripted. It's all done in one take, and there's no rehearsal for this. The only thing I've done off camera is I've updated Windows 11. Now, I want to tell you about that. Windows 11 on this is Windows 11 Pro, an operating system that Microsoft sells for practically what this whole computer sells for, and it's included pre-installed on the system. When I install Windows, when I turn the system on and I go through the first time setup, some Windows 11 installs require you to have an internet connection and to force you to create an online account unless you know the back door to Shift F10 and run the what's the command called? Bypass NRO command. This one didn't require that. When I fired this one up, went through my region settings, it pulled up SSIDs of wireless networks around me, but it had the option to click I do not have internet. And of course it wants you, once again, tells you to, and this is Microsoft, tells you you're missing out on all the features without having an internet connection. That's fine, you confirm it the second time. And then it lets you create the offline account. That's it, super easy. And I am happy to say, unlike a lot of other mini PCs I've been reviewing, this mini PC has Windows 11, 22H2, which is the latest version from Microsoft. In fact, it's almost been out a year. So I'm puzzled when I'm still getting brand new mini PCs from other manufacturers that have 22H1. 21H2. Wow, these numbers are really getting confusing. The year is the first two digits, so 21, and then H2 is the second half of the year. So the updates traditionally now are coming out in the second half of the year. We will likely have a 23H2 somewhere around October. All right, so these are all the updates that have come out in the last year, all combined, and it's essentially a whole new install of Windows 11. So if I have a Windows 11 computer sent to me and it has 22H2, 21H2 on it, that means the operating system's out of date by a year. That's not necessarily a big deal, except that if the point of the review is to evaluate the value of the machine, then shouldn't we evaluate it with the latest operating system, with the latest security and features that have been added through Windows updates in order to get an accurate review of that particular time the review is done. So for that reason, I've been taking these machines out of the box off camera, going through the update process, going through all the missing Windows updates, and then putting it all back in the box, the best I can remember how it went in there, to simulate the unboxing experience. But that way you're not sitting here watching grass grow as the Windows updates, depending on, if it has 21H2 on it, those updates could take an hour and a half. In this case, we weren't missing that many updates, I'm proud to say, and I'm really looking forward to digging into this unit because that's as far as I've taken it, and I was impressed that I didn't have to use the Shift F10 to get around the network requirement. I was impressed that 22H2 was installed. So I'm hoping to continue to be impressed. Chris, the PC doctor, just contributed $20 in Super Chat. Chris says, I just bought a new computer. I built a new computer. It's for video editing, and the specs are an Intel i9 12900K CPU, 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM, a 2 terabyte M.2 Samsung 980 Pro NVMe SSD, and a GeForce RTX 350 GPU with a 750 watt power supply by Corsair in a Corsair 400D case and a 360mm Vetru all-in-one liquid cooler. Whew, that sounds expensive. I bet that's going to be a great video editing machine though. Frankie B in the chat says, hello, right on. Mark Mac23 said, mine is only a J4125 CPU. Yes, if you have an earlier model, this is a model that just came out. So at one point, the J4125 was a new CPU, and it was the latest in that budget line. Now the N95, N100, et cetera, these are the current line. This stuff moves quickly. So about every year, you're going to see new models. And now, don't worry, model to model, it's usually about a 10% increase in performance. So until about 3 or 4 new models come out, should you then maybe consider an upgrade if you feel like it's time. But to just upgrade from the previous model to the current model, or even to go back 2 generations you may not be happy with that investment. You may not see that much of a performance increase. But that's up to you to decide. Now, I want to go back over to the Beelink website. So let me turn my window capture back on, and we'll continue to see what the specifications of this mini PC are. It's got they're saying a silent CPU fan and an additional system fan. And they've measured all the noise under different operations. Many of you have been asking me about noise, and I can't really answer the questions because I don't know how sensitive your hearing is or what operational environment you're going to be placing the PC in. If we're in an empty room with hard floors, it's going to feel louder than if you're in a carpeted room. Also the size of the room, and then of course your distance from where the computer is to where you are seated, as well as your sensitivity to noises. Many of us, as we get older, the sounds of fans, depending on how old you are, and those of you old enough will know what I'm saying, you don't hear them anymore. So regardless. It supports the AV1 video codec. This is good for video editing. Now, the previous generation, Celeron N5105, as we go one generation to the other, and then of course a Core i3 11th gen. If we compare these are your maximum frequencies, your TDP, et cetera, your 3D Mark performance scores. The one thing they're not telling you the difference of is the price. Generally speaking, where you see bigger numbers, you typically have a higher price. Generally, that's what you should expect. Yes, it does support 4K Ultra HD. This is the exploded view of the unit, where it is plastic, it's not metal. The motherboard, the SSD, and it shows a RAM module here, so the RAM appears to new. It is not soldered in. That's good to see. And then there is the system fan that you can put. It apparently looks like you can put a 2.5-inch drive in there as an additional SATA. We'll verify that when we open it up, but that looks like there's a drive that optionally can be installed in the lid. We'll check that out. Let's see what else they have to say. Oh, here's the colors: senior gray, millennial gray, pearl white, and navy blue. I don't know why you would call it senior versus millennial when it comes to gray, but okay. It's no sillier than, I suppose, the made-up color names car manufacturers use. On the front of the unit, here's our I/O. We've got a reset key for the BIOS, I think that's what that's saying, an earphone jack. Well, this is a headset jack, which means it can power headphones, it can power a microphone, or it can power a headset, meaning, you know, headphones with a microphone attached. It's just one jack, depending on how you use it. The two front USB ports are USB 3.2. The red button is your power button. There is, you can barely see, a Type-C. Oh, I guess we have to go to the other side of it. How do we get to the other side? Here we go. Here's our Type-C, 2.5 gig LAN. We have two 2.5 gig LAN ports. These are, I believe, Intel i225Vs. We've got, oh, this Type-C port, you can use that as a video output. So if you combine that with these two HDMI ports, you can power 3 monitors simultaneously. Not bad for a budget PC, eh? And these USBs, this USB is a 3.2 Type A, and then that is our barrel connector power jack socket right there. Pretty simple, nothing on the sides. And you can see they're showing the demonstration of running 3 monitors. I love the marketing people and companies do where there are no cables in the shot. Trust me, you're going to have to cable these monitors to get a signal. The Intel integrated GPU delivers powerful graphics performance. The HDMI 2.0 ports and the Type-C port enable 4K at 60 Hertz video output in all 3 screens at the same time. Also, the EQ12 supports 8K at 60 frames per second AV1 video encoding. I can't imagine it does it quickly, but it'll do it. Looking at thermals, it shows it's power efficient. If you're running it, you could keep it running all the time. It's barely using any juice at all, between 6 to 25 watts. We've got our 2 HDMI 2.0s we talked about. A little bit more detail on the 2.5 gig LAN. As for the Wi-Fi, it is Wi-Fi 6, as previously mentioned. It also has Bluetooth. It also comes with a wall mount, which means you could mount it to the back of a monitor where you can't see it. That does make getting to the ports a little more difficult if you need to plug in USB. Nothing a USB hub couldn't fix, but if the goal is to keep everything off the desk, the option of wall mounting it may make it more accessible for plugging peripherals in. As we can see here, it's 4.5 inches by about 5 inches and only 1.5 inches tall. I love that they used inches. That's great. Now, question is, how much is it? So if we hit the Buy Now button, you'll see there are different variations of this that we can buy. So as pictured here at $239, let me see, where's our specifications here? Okay, so the N100 CPU with 8 gigs of RAM, or we can go 16 gigs of RAM, which is what they say is the maximum amount of RAM. With 16 gigs of RAM, the price is $259. With 8 gigs of RAM, the price is $239. Storage is 500 gig, and there are apparently no other options other than color. And I don't know if color would affect the price. It looks like they're only offering the navy blue at this time. Again, this is a recently released product, so I imagine the other colors are in the pipeline for people that care about that sort of thing. These are mini PCs. Obviously they're not very big. They don't take up a lot of room. They're not filled with RGB. There is no RGB. There's not even a hard drive activity light on here. Power light will light up when it's on. So at $239, that's if you want to buy it directly from Beelink. Or you can also go to Amazon if you prefer. Amazon has the ability to return things within 30 days if you don't like it for any reason. So if you want to buy the unit from Amazon, the link for both buying directly from Beelink and the link from Amazon are in the video description below my video. There are a number of different models here. The S12, which is the predecessor to the EQ12, I believe. That's the order of things. Yeah, that's an N95 CPU. So that's less powerful than the N100. And there's the 8 gig version for $215.20. And here's the 16 gig version for $231.20. So that's DDR5. These are going to be, what, DDR4 probably, I imagine. And then just be aware if you click on the Amazon page that you're clicking on the right product. Down here in this corner, there's 5 different products offered on this one Amazon page. And it's a 1-year warranty, and I believe Beelink has lifetime technical support. So I think now I'm ready to do the unboxing. We know what to expect, right? Am I missing any questions? Let me take a quick look in the chat room before I start the unboxing. Let me go back to camera 1. There I am. Okay. Dan Nilsson says, I think it's time for me to upgrade. My current PC is an i7-4790, so that's a 4th generation computer. That's about 10, 11 years old. He's got 32 gigs of DDR3, Corsair RM750X power supply. Power supply is still good today. The Antec GX505 case, you could still reuse that. 2 DVD RW drives. Yeah, are you still using those? Daryl in the chat room says hello from Mississippi. Sarge Tech wants to know what I think of a Crucial P3 1 terabyte drive for $45 on Amazon. It's a great price. I think I have that in my Deals Now page, don't I, on Amazon? As long as you're making backups, you know, I can't speak to reliability. I don't know. I haven't had much luck with Crucial on their drives, but I haven't used very many of them for that reason. I just might have been unlucky. But it's a great price, $45 for a 1 terabyte NVMe, regardless of who makes it. Okay. All right, I don't see any questions about this. So I've got my overhead camera here, and I need to adjust it, so bear with me for a second. I'm just realizing that that's about to fall off. And we'll swing that out this way, and let me turn this on. I think right about there ought to look good. So you get a behind the scenes on how it's done. No extra charge. We're going to switch over to the close-up camera and see how I've aligned it. Oh, I'm way off, aren't I? Let's go this way. All right, so here's our box. Let's open it up. Look at that. User manual. A friendly reminder. And a little bit of packing foam to ensure that no damage occurs. Get a nice little thank you note from Beelink for choosing their product. Let's see. Unlike some other mini PC manufacturers, Beelink is very thoughtful when it comes to being able to open the unit easily to access upgradability to the RAM and NVMe drive. You'll see screws are not hidden by the rubber feet. They are exposed, so no rubber feet have to be removed. It's also a very long rubber foot. It's not just a little tiny one in each corner. And then you've got this silicon pull tab, so you don't need a spudger tool. Once you get the screws out with some mini PCs, you gotta pry the back off of it. Now that back is plastic. A lot of times the back is metal and they use it as a big heat sink, and I guess Beelink isn't doing that with this model, but probably because it's not necessary. In this box here, this is the accessories box, and if we open that up, you'll see we have our power cable, our wall wart as it were. And what I like to do, if this doesn't identify which product it goes to, you've got to be very careful with these. Just because the connector fits into the plug doesn't mean you might not blow the thing up. So it's important that you keep the power adapters associated with the electronic items they came with. So I'll get a label maker and I'll put Beelink EQ12 and print it on here. I wish Beelink put their name and logo on this so I would have some idea if these two items get separated, maybe after a move, how am I supposed to know that's the right unit? Yeah, I don't see the word Beelink written on it anywhere. But you know what? If you don't have a label maker, you can buy a silver Sharpie and just write on it. Silver shows up real nice on black, and Sharpies are indelible. We've got what appears to be a 6-foot long HDMI power cable, a 1 foot, is that 1 foot or 6 inches? It's a pretty small HDMI, and that's because if you want to plug this, hang this on behind a monitor, you're gonna have a bunch of slack looping down, right? If you're using a 6-foot cable to connect the video output to the monitor input, which will just be a few inches away. So that's why they include the smaller length cable. And then finally, we've got a little bag of screws in here, and I'm gonna guess that 2 of these screws go in here, these brass fittings for the wall mount. Where is the wall mount? Oh, it's right up against the back, that's why I didn't see it. There's the wall mount right there. So 2 of these screws are for the wall mount, and the other 4 screws, I imagine, are for the option of putting in a 2.5-inch SATA drive. But I won't know for sure until I open it up and have a little look. So let's do that now. Since I have the overhead camera in place, I use my JIS screwdriver for this. A Phillips number 0 would also be good. Magnetized is always good. Please be mindful of where you place your screws. These would be very difficult to replace if lost. It's unlikely you're just going to hit a hardware store and they're going to have screws of this length. It's surprising how many emails I get from people who literally open their computer in the same day, cannot find the screws to put it back together. So, as a computer technician, it is a critical step beyond all technical skill to be organized and to make sure you put back what you've taken apart, especially when it doesn't belong to you, right? When clients are paying you. We're going to pull on this tab. Yeah, that's completely plastic. What is that? Oh, that's the opposite side of this. This right here is the opposite side of this pull tab, this silicon pull tab here. I love that little feature. I also like that they remind you how to get into your BIOS right on the bottom of the unit. And apparently that's a 12-volt power adapter. Yes, a 2.5-inch drive will fit in here. It doesn't go on the bottom of the lid as many PCs do. Now, this is a system fan that will get partially covered if you put a 2.5-inch drive in here, but it doesn't completely block the fan. The air will still move through there. However, you will have better airflow if you do not put a 2.5-inch drive in there. But popping a 2.5-inch drive in, does anything secure that? I don't see any holes for screws to lock a drive in place. Well, that gets me to wonder now what the extra screws are for. Well, let's keep tearing down and see what this thing is made of, huh? Let's see, so we're gonna have to take this piece out to access the RAM and solid state drive. Some people are misinterpreting this warning and it'll say fan operation area, please do not block it. Blocking the fan, it's not referring to putting something over the fan. It's referring to having anything drop into this area that would block the fan from spinning. Do you understand? So many people are confused by how they're interpreting these instructions. Blocking the fan, essentially what they're saying is do not stop the fan. In other words, be very mindful of any loose cables, which I don't know how you'd have any loose cables here, that would interfere with the rotation of the fan, causing it not to spin. Even if we have a 2.5-inch drive here, you can see it's a little lifted area here that's going to keep the 2.5-inch drive from touching the fan. And the airflow is going to come in from underneath the 2.5-inch drive. Now, obviously, it'll be slightly restricted, but as long as that fan is turning, it's cooling. So don't do anything to stop this fan, to prevent something from to put anything in that would prevent this fan from turning. That's what they mean. Do you understand what they mean by block? Putting something over it isn't blocking it. Stopping it or preventing it from turning, that's blocking the fan. I'm doing what I can to bridge the gap between the technical information and normal English people understand. So, and I think that's, for whatever reason, that's my special talent, is I can take technical stuff and use analogies and in plain English for people to at least understand the gist of what's meant. It's not necessarily meant to get you to pass an A+ certification exam, right? I'm not teaching that, but I am teaching the basic understanding or principle of how things work. And then, of course, if you wish to get into more of the technical minutia, there's plenty of resources online where that's available to you. But for the rest of us, let's keep going. This is who I'm appealing to here, the rest of us. All right, so we have to remove a screw here. Now these screws, well, they look alike, but I'm going to keep them separate. And where else do we have one? Where else are we being tied down here? Looks like there's one way down in there that I can't get with this screwdriver. And one right down in there, which, oh yeah, screwdriver does in fact get all the way down there. Okay, so far all these screws are looking the same. That's good. And then I think, I'm trying to determine if this connector has to come off. I can't really tell yet. So something's still holding us in on this side. It may have to remove these other two screws. So for that, I need a thinner shaft screwdriver, which I will have somewhere in my tool cabinet here. Bear with me for just a moment as I look through my drawer where all the tools are haphazardly just tossed in, with the most recent tools being on top. I think what I'm going to do is grab a little mini driver set here, just to make my life a little easier. So this is, it's a little dusty. This is from Harbor Freight Tools. This is a pretty inexpensive jeweler screwdriver kit or precision driver kit. And in here, just the regular Phillips one ought to be fine. I'm going to guess this one is the most narrow. Let's see if that's going to... Okay, we got that one out. So the screw in this corner does not need to come out. That's apparently holding the motherboard in below it. So we'll go to this corner. I like that these are magnetized as well. Let's get that out of the shot. And do I have to take out the other one? No. Okay, so yeah, that confirms that the screw there was holding that in. So just, there's 3 screws. This corner, and then right there. And then be mindful of the cables. We've got 2 cables here. One that's connecting our SATA for a 2.5-inch drive, if we want to add that, and the other connecting power for the fan. So if I disconnect the fan power, and you should not pull up on the cables themselves, but rather on the connector, but it does require small fingers or a small, being careful with like a set of needle nose pliers or something that you can grab the edges. I find that wiggling left and right while pulling up is the best way to access that. Now underneath, you see we've got a thermal pad here for our NVMe drive. There's our socketed RAM right here. And it's exactly what they show on the website. Truth in advertising right there. And this is 16 gigs, DDR5, 4800 speed. What else can we see in here? The Wi-Fi is traditionally located under the M.2 drive on these mini PCs and even on some full-size motherboards. You will notice that screw is different from all the others, so make sure you put that screw aside so that you can put the NVMe back in and secure it properly. Oh, look at here. The assumption I made of the Wi-Fi being soldered on was also incorrect. The Wi-Fi is a replaceable, upgradable module. Once again, when we solder RAM onto the board and we solder the Wi-Fi onto the board, we could probably reduce the cost of this unit by, I'm sure we could easily get it under $200. That's how big of a price difference it makes, because you've got to buy the sockets, and those cost money, and you've got to buy the modules, and the modules are more expensive than just the RAM chips themselves being soldered directly on the board, because we don't have to pay for the PCB, we don't have to pay for the connector, right? It all just gets put on the board. It reduces cost significantly, and the same is true with the Wi-Fi. However, if you're somebody who likes to be able to upgrade your equipment, having the Wi-Fi be a traditional M2 Wi-Fi 2230 card means that when Wi-Fi 7 is available, you could theoretically throw Wi-Fi 7 on here, or if the Wi-Fi 6 isn't good enough for you and you want Wi-Fi 6E, it's $25 to buy a Wi-Fi 6E, AX210 card and slap it in there. I'm impressed. I was not expecting socketable RAM. I was not expecting a socketable Wi-Fi. So now I'm wondering, when it says 16 gig maximum, what would happen if we put 32? In theory, either the machine won't recognize it or only 16 gig of it will be available. I'm not going to bother putting a bigger M.2 in here because I can't see any reason why somebody would want that much storage at such a slow speed, right? The more data you've got, then the longer you're going to be waiting. So I suspect that the drive it comes with, the 500 gig drive, and going upwards to 2 terabytes are going to work just fine in this. I'm not going to bother testing the 4 terabyte drive. I'm certainly not going to test it with an 8 terabyte drive. So I'm going to just go ahead and put this back in, because for a machine of this caliber, a 500 gig drive running at that speed makes total sense to me, and it helps keep our price down. An 8 terabyte NVMe drive could buy 4 of these computers, or 3 of these computers. 3 to 4 of them, depending on which 8 terabyte drive. So why would somebody spend 4 times the amount of the entire rest of the computer just for storage on a low-end build? Typically, an 8 terabyte drive today in 2023 would be used in a more expensive computer. So that would be throwing it really off balance. I guess we can put it all back, plug it in, see how it runs. Now, I'm not going to put the screws back in it. All I'm going to do is plug the fan back in and throw the bottom plate back on it so we get an idea of the sound. But then I'm going to, when we're done with our initial power on here and evaluation, then I'm going to open it back up, put a 32 gig module in there just to verify that 16 gig is the maximum, just to verify. I haven't seen any other reviewers do that, so we'll do something different. And let me go back to camera 1. And now I'll turn off the close-up camera because we don't need it for right now. That should power off here in a minute. And we'll move that out of the shot. Bear with me here for a second as I just want to clear the frame. There we go. Out of sight, out of mind. Okay, here's our 12-volt power adapter, and that power cable's awfully short. I'd like another 2 or 3 feet on this. So this is going to be a tight run for me here because I have to plug in on the floor, and then the countertop is over 3 feet tall, so it doesn't leave a whole lot of slack. I got to move this right to the edge to get that to plug in. And then we'll grab an Ethernet cable. We'll plug into either of those Ethernet jacks. And we'll grab our HDMI cord so we can plug into the video capture card. Let me just untangle that. HDMI, again, either one of those ports is fine. And then I need to plug in a keyboard and a mouse, and we're ready to power it on. I've got my keyboard and mouse right here, ready to go. And I'll plug in right to the front of the computer. Now, normally I wouldn't want to use the front ports USB for a keyboard and mouse because you're not unplugging them. The front ports are there for easy access to get in and out. So I would typically plug a keyboard and mouse in the USB in the back, out of sight, out of mind. Okay, so let me move that out of the way. Let's go to the HDMI input. And then I'm going to grab camera 1 and put it in a corner right up here, like so. And let's hit the power button. I don't know how well you can see that, but the power button lights up when we turn it on. And in just a moment, we should see the power on self-test, which we do, followed by booting into Windows 11 Pro. Fatal Dragons in the chat room says, howdy, Carey. How's your Thursday going? Fantastic now that you're here. Good to see all my friends in blue and new friends in white there joining us in the chat. I hope if you're watching the video live, you'll join us in chat because it's a feature of YouTube you're not going to find on television. And that is your ability to interact. And as long as you're kind, we'd love for you to interact. I wish more people would. I'm just going to scroll through the chat here real quick, see if I've missed any questions. Hyder was saying that he's had monitors blow up because he's plugged the wrong power connector into them. Again, label those power connectors for the thing they belong to, because once they get separated, it starts becoming a guessing game. If you're of a technical mindset and you can read the voltage and the polarity of the adapter and then compare it with the voltage and polarity, which may or may not be listed on the back of the unit, in many cases it's listed on both, then you can identify that not only does the adapter fit into the plug, but that it's providing the right voltage and that the positive and negative are in the same order. We call that polarity. Sometimes the positive is in the middle, sometimes the positive is on the outside. When those things are reversed, when the polarity is reversed, it will toast whatever you plugged into it. Not only that, if you're providing too much voltage to something, you could toast it. You can even toast the power adapter too. So because the power adapters all look alike to the average individual, I really appreciate when manufacturers label their power adapters, but more and more I'm seeing no labeling. So make your own label, save yourself the heartache when those two items get separated and now you're uncertain. All right. Let's take a look at some of the specifications of this machine. So let me go full screen on my side, and now I'll come over here. And we'll start by looking in our device manager. We just want to make sure everything's identified correctly. A lot of people just assume that, but I would just want to verify by looking and making sure there's no unidentified or missing drivers for any of the hardware. Everything looks good. We can get details of our display adapter here, the UHD graphics built into the GPU. We can look at, verify what our processor is. It shows 4 cores, 4 threads. We can also, we can hit Control-Alt-Delete, go into the task manager, and then look under more details and look under performance, and we can get information about the processor state, the memory state, the C drive state, the Ethernet state, and the GPU state. And then down here it says Open Resource Monitor, and then we can move that aside if we want to keep an eye on what's going on here with regards to our CPU, disk usage, network usage, memory, etc. Now, looking at the details of the system, we can go to, well, let's just right-click again and go to System. And then we can verify the Intel N100. It's idling at 800 megahertz. It ramps up to, what I say, 3.8. 16 gigs of RAM is identified, 15.8 is available. The 0.2 that's quote-unquote missing is being used by the onboard graphics. Graphics needs RAM, so it's going to borrow, quote-unquote, borrow from the system RAM. Now here I'm seeing Windows 21H2. I'd swear this had 22H2, and it's making a liar out of me. I swear I just checked that. So this, I was so impressed. I was like, wow, they put 22H2 on it. Windows 21H2, how is that? Here's the thing, you will get 22H2 offered to you by Microsoft. I may not see it today. Let's go to Windows Update here. And let's check for updates. It may tell us, you know, that we don't need it right now, but it will eventually offer it to us. And that may add to the value of the machine, right? It may unlock certain features, or it may run more efficiently having the latest version of Windows. So there I went saying I updated it, and I swear I checked it and it said 22H2. So where did I get that information from, if not from the, I always go to System and About, and I swear it said 22H2. It's a free update from Microsoft, but it will take a while to install. So we're not going to do that live on camera, but it also means, keep that in mind as I'm reviewing the unit, that the unit could be behaving slightly differently in a better or worse manner with all the latest Windows updates on it. And do expect, if you order a new machine with Windows 11, for whatever reason, they're putting a year-old copy of Windows 11 on it instead of the latest one. And it's going to get worse when 23H2 likely will come out, around the fall, and that's going to mean you're 2 versions behind. But don't worry, you only need to update to the latest version. You don't have to, you know, if let's say 22H3 was out right now and we had 21H2, we could skip over 22H2 and go right to 23H2, just so you know, because that's a very time-consuming upgrade. It's also not good on the computer to, like some people, when they go to upgrade an operating system, they think they need the previous operating system. You don't, you only need the product key. There's nothing carried over from one operating system to another in an upgrade, unless you're trying to save your programs and such, your documents. All right, but on a clean install, you can just start off with a full version of whatever operating system you want that you're putting in as an upgrade, and just use your upgrade key. A lot of people don't understand that, and so they will put on the previous operating system to upgrade it to the latest operating system, and that is a kludgy way to install an operating system, because you're going to have a lot of leftover detritus, registry entries that no longer apply, and you just made the machine sloppy, which should be a clean install. If you're somebody who installs the previous operating system for the only reason to upgrade it, then you're not going to have as good of an install than if you just put the main operating system on that you wanted to end up with, and the product key is what makes it the upgrade, not the previous operating system being in place. All right, hopefully I didn't confuse you with that explanation. It got a little wordy. Patrick says this mini PC probably was manufactured 6 to 12 months ago. I don't know that that's true anymore. During the pandemic, of course, with the distribution and the supply chain being interrupted like it was, I would agree with you. But these days, from factory to table, I think it's usually not more than 2-3 months. But you could be right. And it costs money to develop a new install, and they just may not have spent that money yet to do that. I don't know what the reasoning is. John Inglis in the chat room says, maybe the reason you cannot upgrade to 32 gigs of RAM is that it may draw or need more power than the board can produce. That is a valid hypothesis. I'm with you on that. Dom says, no more late drinking and Cam with the Cam girl doing updates for you? No, I did the updates to this morning, right around 10 a.m. I thought I had already updated it, getting it ready for my review, and then it sat for about a week or 2 weeks, so I couldn't remember if I did it or not. So I thought before the show I better check it. So that literally happened about 3 hours before the live broadcast began. That's when I started it. And then it took it didn't take very long, maybe 20-30 minutes to do the updates. Arnold wants to know how many RAM slots. It just has one RAM slot. Remember, this is a budget PC. In order to meet the cheapest price possible, they're giving you what is the recommended hardware configuration for this CPU, for this power consumption level. Everything is balanced. It'd sort of be like you go to a restaurant and you order a steak and they serve you a little tiny beef medallion about that big and then 2 pounds of mashed potatoes. You're like, that's a little off balance here, you know? 2 pounds of mashed potatoes might go with a giant tomahawk steak or something like that, right? It's off balance. So if you're looking for dual channel and you're looking to have the ability to add more RAM, then you want to look for a higher end model of computer. At this budget level, this is at the higher end of the budget level because so many things are socketable. If they would have soldered the RAM on the board and soldered the Wi-Fi on the board, I imagine they could have got the price down under $200 easily. So when you're looking at the price of the computers and you're seeing something equivalent for a cheaper price, that's likely how they got to the cheaper price. If you're somebody that wants socketable RAM, which doesn't really benefit you in this particular model because Look, unless you're ordering it bare bones or you're ordering it with 8 gigs, the minute you order it with 16 gigs, that is it. So it would almost make more sense to just outfit the darn thing with 16 gigs soldered on the board and just take that socket out and just make sure everybody gets it. But then that reduces the options you have as a consumer, right? Maybe it's cheaper for you because if you order the bare bones, you might have some RAM laying around or solid state storage laying around that you're not using, so that you're saving money. So offering the consumer these options is a very valuable thing if you recognize why they're doing it. Like I said, if you want everything to be pre-configured for you, the world of Apple exists, and it's an expensive world to live in because they're charging you to make decisions for you. Just like any other convenience. Fast food. It's cheaper to make food at home. Fast food can cost more when other people are preparing it. On top of that, it's probably not as healthy and it's probably not as good as what you can make at home, but then you don't have any dishes to clean, there's no mess. So, pros and cons, we each decide on our own. All right, let's see. Brian wants to know, is debloat software good? Debloat software is bloat. If you're referring to bloat as unwanted software that gets installed by a system integrator on a new build, most system integrators stopped doing that a long time ago. So by putting on a piece of software to take off pieces of software is the exact antithesis of what you're trying to accomplish. There is no bloat on computers anymore, as far as I can tell. There are shortcuts, a lot of shortcuts to things, and you can easily remove the shortcuts, but it's not bloat. Bloat would be like if your machine comes with a pre-installed antivirus, like they were doing, and then maybe some of the system integrators maybe still include Norton or McAfee or one of those are bloat. But if it's a shortcut to eBay or Spotify, if it's a shortcut to Microsoft Office, they're just shortcuts. It's not bloat. It's clutter, but it's not bloat. So I would say, if you asked me that question 10 or more years ago, I would recommend debloating software. But since bloat doesn't really exist anymore, what you guys are calling bloat isn't bloat, just so you know. And you can just go to your control panel under apps and uninstall the half a dozen things that you don't want, right? The little shortcuts. Or even on the start menu of Windows 10 or 11, if there's an item you don't want, like if we go over to the start menu and I see WhatsApp, that's just a shortcut. Just right click on it and choose uninstall. Watch how fast, it's already gone. Spotify, right click, uninstall. It's gone faster than I can finish my sentence because it's not a full install of the application. Prime Video, uninstall. ESPN, right click, uninstall. It's not a big deal. That's not bloat. Just want to be clear. It's just like removing cookies. Cookies are not bloat either. You may not want them, but they're not bloat. All right, and then of course, we can always go into the control panel under apps and look more thoroughly at installed apps and uninstall the ones we don't want. That routinely takes me 3 minutes. The amount of time it would take to install debloat software. A lot of debloat software doesn't even exist anymore. A lot of it that people are running, they're living in the past. They're running old software for old operating systems, and it's potentially creating problems for them because it hasn't been updated, because the people who developed it have abandoned it, realizing it's no longer necessary. So, but I appreciate the question. The problem with the internet is information stays on the internet forever. So when a lot of people are seeing videos from 10 years ago or reading articles from 7 years ago or 15 years ago, a lot of people aren't paying attention to the date of when these things were published, or if they're downloading any software, looking the last time that software was updated. And if you're running a modern piece of software, if you're running an old obsolete piece of software on a brand new computer, it can actually break the computer. That's why software has to continually be updated. So, just so you know. Matthew Burden says, I used to love playing SimCity. Yeah, me too. Fatal Dragons contributes $5 in Super Chat. He says, how much do we have to give you for another cooking video? I love your cooking series. I'm going to be doing some more cooking videos, and I'll post them over on the cooking channel. But for right now, I'm a little buried in computer work, so that's coming first. But I appreciate your contribution, and I appreciate your encouragement. There will be more coming, more cooking videos coming. Now, if you are just joining us, a reminder, the video is live. The DVR mode should work for you, so if you want to know what you've missed, like we've already opened the machine up, we've already looked at the storage, the RAM, feel free to just rewind that little bar like you would on a recorded video and see what you've missed. Dave Hall said, I'm glad I've caught a live session. My caregiving has kept me away for a while. Well, thank goodness you have caregiving. But we're glad to see you in here. Hope you're doing well. George Ferrugia wants to know the difference between Team Group Elite 2666 and Team Group Force Zeus 3200. The possible top speed. It's like asking me what's the difference between the 4-cylinder Camaro and the 8-cylinder Camaro. They're both going to do the speed limit. Having 3200 speed memory may be a waste of money for you. If you are asking that question, then likely you wouldn't utilize the full 3200 speed or know how to, and you could save money by getting the 2666. But at the end of the day, it's up to you. Generally speaking, 3200's been sort of the new standard on DDR4, but if you're only going to pull 2666 by default anyway on the system you're plugging it into, it's no different than buying a super fast car that you never drive fast in. You just won't use it, and you generally will pay more for it. If the 3200 speed is the same price or cheaper, there's no harm in getting it. But if it's going to cost you more money and you don't need it, save your money. So I am kind of curious what would happen if we put a 32 gig DDR5 module in this, aren't you? Will it see it at all? Will it fail to boot? Or when it boots, will it only see 16 gig? Or will it see 32 gig? Let's find out. I'm going to step off camera here for a minute. Go to the other room. I should have, do I have a single DDR5 module? That's the question. That could be the problem. Now that I'm thinking out loud here, it occurs to me, oh boy, I don't think, well, you know what? I can steal, wait, let me rephrase that. I can borrow. I can borrow a 32 gig module out of another PC. So bear with me for just a second and I will pop the memory module out and bring it back there. I don't have much in the way of DDR5, especially SODIMM DDR5. It's becoming the new standard, but it is not the new standard yet. But it will be. Give it another year or so. Okay, got the memory module. See how fast I am? Let's go ahead and power this unit down. I also want to mention, before I power this down, you know, I like to do my reviews differently than other people. And some people are accustomed to what other reviewers do and want me to replicate what other reviewers do. And I do not want to do that. I don't want to do what somebody else has already done. So if we go to YouTube, we bring up YouTube here. There is a content creator called Rob Tech, and this is the EQ12, and he will run, oh, I guess he likes it. He will run all those performance numbers, sound measuring, all that stuff for people who want that kind of information. and he does a great job in comparing it to other mini PCs. So if you want that kind of technical information on any of the builds you see me do, especially of the mini PCs, I recommend check out Rob Tech's video. He covers all of that. There's no sense in me redoing what he's already done, and he's done it very, very well. Rob Tech. Okay, so that, I think between the two of us, you get the whole range covered. So let me turn that off and let's shut this down. There we go. And then let me go full screen here. There I am. And this is why I didn't put the screws back in it. We'll go ahead and just pop this open. Normally I would recommend taking and unplugging the power connector, but we'll just be real careful. It's always a good practice to remove power anytime you're going to work on a computer. And I'm even going to try and do this without disconnecting the fan cable, just to make my life interesting. So there's our 16 gig module. Here's our 32. 32 is the biggest, well, I think it's the biggest DDR5 SODIMM you can buy in capacity as of May 2023, when we're filming this, broadcasting this live, I should say. And it's important you rotate the memory module so that it aligns with the key, the notch in the socket. And I can't see it because I'm trying to take a shortcut here. No, I think I had it right the first time. See, the power cable's trying to push it off the desk, and then this cable to the fan is trying to pinch my fingers. If there was a more difficult way to do this, I think I would be impressed if anybody could make that any more difficult than I just made it on myself. Now, with the 32 gig module installed, I'm curious how the computer behaves. I am curious, will the computer even see it? Will it boot? And if it does boot, is it only going to show us 16 gigs? Let's turn it on. Why is it not turning on? Did I unplug it from the floor? That cable, that power cable is awfully short. Let's see. Am I plugged in? I am plugged in. Huh. What have I done? That's a talent. That machine will not even power on. Is it possible that that RAM module requires so much power that it won't even let the machine power on? I do not know. Let the hypotheses begin. Reseat that. Grab that power cable again. See, I'm going to do this so you don't have to. Okay, I want you to know what to expect when you're going to buy anything. Yeah, it looked like it tried to start. Oh, wait. I got a power light. Let's go over to the HDMI input. See what it's doing. Fan just started to spin. That's interesting, isn't it? Give it up to 2-3 minutes to train the memory. Though they're already telling us this isn't going to work, right? I'm just verifying what they're telling us is accurate. I'm just testing for accuracy. Sometimes you get surprised. So we'll give it the opportunity here to recognize it if it's going to. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's see. Anything? Still nothing. be a little more patient. So it appears it won't even recognize the memory module. So I don't want any of you to buy one of these and think, oh, that 16 gig limit doesn't apply to me. Clearly it does. It also probably wouldn't make any sense to do it anyway, as the machine probably couldn't fully utilize more than 16 gigs based on the processor it has and the chipset that's on the board. Everything has been put on for balance for a certain price point. And so to max this thing out is 16 gigs of RAM. If you want more than that, you want to buy a higher end CPU. Okay? Just keep everything balanced and have your expectations set accordingly. So I'm going to go ahead and unplug power from this. And let's get this lifted up. And the fan is absolutely silent. I'm watching it spin and there was no noise at all. I'll disconnect the fan here this time. Am I still in the corner? I should go full screen on this. There we go. So we'll go ahead and take that 32 gig DDR5 module out, set it aside, and we'll reinsert our 16 gig DDR5 memory module. Then we'll plug this back in and set it back down. And I will get the power cable, plug it back in, and make sure we didn't break anything. And I'm going to guess it's going to fire right up like it did before. Shouldn't have caused any damage. But if we bought that memory specifically to upgrade it, then we likely wasted our money. Right? That would be the damage. It'd be to your wallet. But when they say that 16 gig is the maximum, it looks like they're not kidding. So I powered it back on, and let's see if it gives us our post again. And again, because I've removed the RAM, it's going to retrain the RAM again, so we want to give it that full 2 to 3 minute opportunity to boot before I go looking to see if I've missed something. This is nothing that would cause any permanent harm to the computer. Putting a larger memory module in it, that's DDR5, it's either going to work or not work, but it's not going to cause damage. So if there's a reason why it's not booting, it's because I might have knocked something loose when I was trying to put that in with the cable still connected. And the other thing I can do is use the clear CMOS button if for some reason the larger RAM module messed with it, which, you know, I don't know. But let me take a closer look because I'm now wondering why we haven't posted at this point. I fully expected it to boot just as normal with that other module back in it. So let me pull this power connector and let me pull the HDMI cable and reseat everything here. And turn it back on one more time, see if that makes any difference. And you will see that when it turns on, you'll see that fan start to spin. Right now it's not spinning. It's kind of moving a little bit here and there. That's normal, nothing to worry about. The BIOS is controlling that, and when the BIOS gets to that point then the fan will spin full speed. I am concerned that we're not getting on here properly, so I'm going to grab my glasses. Yeah, see, now the fan has been spinning full speed now. That's how long the BIOS took to get through whatever it was just doing. And let's just give it one more minute just to see if it's going to initialize the power on self-test. Wayne McKenzie says hello in the chat room. All right. My patience, you know, I should let this sit a little longer, but quite frankly, I don't have the patience for it. So I'm going to just open it and see if I've knocked something loose, like particularly the cables that are attached to this lid could be very easily knocked loose, or I may not have seated them correctly. So let me just double check my work here. These cables look good. I mean, in theory, we don't even need the lid on it for our test. I want to take the module back out. Good thing I unplugged it, because I just tapped the power button as I was squeezing the unit to take the memory module out. This is the original memory module that was in there. I want to make sure I am seating it fully, and I just hit the power button again. So I'm glad I disconnected the power that time, but that's not why I disconnected it. I disconnected it because I wanted to move the unit closer to me. Because as I mentioned, this power cable is so short. I can barely, like, that's as far as I can get that power cable to go. So let's go ahead and turn it on now and see what happens. Let me go back over to my HDMI input. And then we will, if this doesn't boot, I'm going to clear the CMOS next and try it. I'm going to give it a full 2 minutes. I'm concerned my impatience may be causing me to shut this off prematurely and do work I don't need to do, which takes way longer than 2 minutes because I didn't want to wait the initial 2 minutes. I am becoming my customers. Yikes. Scotty wants to know, do I have any view on YouTube saying they are attempting to block ad blockers? That's always been the case. It's an ongoing cat and mouse between the ads and the ad blockers. You know, content creators aren't making much money. And if you're using an ad blocker, then that content creator isn't getting paid. And if you're not paying anything, which is ironic, right? You might pay for the ad blocker, maybe not, but you might, and then steal the content. I mean, it's effectively stealing the content. The agreement is we're making the content in exchange for you watching the ads. If you don't want to watch the ads, you can pay for YouTube Premium. And then when you watch content creators, they actually get paid more per view from premium viewers than they do from free viewers. But this is what ends up happening with free. They're trying to pay the bills by showing you ads. You don't want to watch the ads and you don't want to pay, but you want the content without any consideration for the cost from the content creator to even the platform to distribute the bandwidth. So what ends up happening is if that's not a sustainable business model, then the content creators go, I can't afford to do this anymore. The content creators go away. Or the platform becomes pay to play since the commercials aren't working. They are trying everything they can to prevent you from having to pay. And then certain viewers are trying everything they can to not have to watch commercials and not have to pay. So they want all the reward without any sacrifice at all. And that's not sustainable. It just can't go on. So YouTube will always come out with ways, and they always have, to block ad blockers. And the ad blockers come out with ways to circumvent that, and around the wheel goes. But when your favorite content creator goes away, or when your favorite platform goes away, and you're one of those people that do that, you're part of the reason it happened. So think about the consequences long term over doing that. I will tell you, I paid for YouTube Premium, and I don't see ads anymore. And you know, the ads are getting, it used to be one ad, then it became two ads, then it became three ads. They're getting annoying. So I think it's well worth the money. It's far cheaper than cable television. And I guarantee you, your cable television has a lot of ads on it, and you're paying for it. So at least you're getting, I think, more for your money on YouTube because you don't have to watch the ads. Although some content creators are making nothing but big advertisements disguised as reviews. And if your ad blocker was truly an ad blocker, it wouldn't let you watch those big tech channels with the million-plus subscribers because the majority of their content is nothing but ads. You're watching an ad to watch an ad. All right. Clearly, this isn't booting. So I'm going to go ahead and power this back off. No, wait a minute. Wait. Let's try to clear the CMOS settings. I don't know if I need to turn it off first. Let's find out what happens. I've got a little SIM card removal tool here that we push the button in for the CMOS. I'm holding it in for 10 seconds. That's kind of a general rule. And I don't see any difference in behavior, so I'm going to unplug the unit. Then I'm going to hit the clear CMOS button. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we'll plug it in. Paul says, I don't mind the ads if they're at the beginning or end of the video, but I hate being interrupted in the middle 2 or 3 times. The content has to get paid for, so how would you recommend the content get paid for? That's my question to you. What alternative do you have? Have you ever made content and put it up for free on the internet? And if so, why not? Likely it has to do with the fact you're not going to make any money and it's going to cost you money to do it. So what sort of mentality does somebody have to spend their own money to publish entertainment or information to give to complete random strangers online in exchange for nothing but criticisms and anger from entitled people who think they're deserving of the content you're making that no one forced you to make, right? I mean, there should be a trade-off. If I'm going to make something at my expense and you voluntarily choose to partake in it, what are you doing on your behalf to help encourage that content? Simply watching it isn't enough if you're skipping the ads. You're agreeing to watch the ads in order for the content creator to make some money, in order for YouTube to make some money. The cost of bandwidth is very expensive, especially 4K video content. YouTube was talking about charging for that too, because it takes up 4 times more storage space and 4 times more bandwidth to play it back. Somebody's paying the bill, that's all I'm saying. It's a strange world we live in where people get things for free and then complain that it's not free enough. All right, well, that's my thoughts on that. But the cat and mouse game with YouTube and ad blockers has been going on all the way since the beginning when they started the ads. And I'm going to try and reset this one more time here. This time I'm powering it off with the power plugged in, and I'm going to hold the CMOS button in. Okay, now let's power it on and see if that makes any difference. The one thing I didn't reseat is my USB dongle. I'm going to move that into a different USB port, even though it shouldn't make any difference. And now I'm not getting power again. Well, this video just got super interesting. And I just want to visually see if I notice anything not seated properly or grounding against something improperly. All of that looks okay. We have our power. Let me hold the power button in, see if that makes it boot up. Usually you hold power button in to shut it off when it's not shutting off. This just keeps getting more and more interesting. I'm going to disconnect power for a minute here, and I want to lift up that NVMe drive just to make sure I'm not pinching one of the antenna wires below it. Shouldn't be happening, but it's giving me something to do as I wait for the power to drain from the board, just to make sure we've giving every opportunity for the BIOS to clear. Yeah, everything looks fine there. Plug that back in. I can't imagine this fan has to be plugged in. In fact, I'm going to just go ahead and lift up on this connector here. That's for the SATA power and data. Move this all together. A little difficult to do that with the NVMe drive right there. Probably should take the NVMe drive out first for safety reasons, but because I'm live and I want to do things quickly, I just want that lid out of the way. There we go. That lifts up the two little tabs on each side that hold that ribbon cable in right there, and that gets that out of our way. And let me step around and pick up the power cable that fell because it's so short. Couldn't give me 2 extra feet here, guys. Come on. Let's try this again. Plug that in. Now I have a power light as soon as I plugged it in. That's interesting. And let's see if it posts this time. Daryl says box it up and do a giveaway. No, this is where it gets super interesting. I can't think of any good reason why it would have started this behavior, so I'm intrigued. When things go exactly as expected, it's kind of boring, so this adds a little bit of flavor. A little added flavor to your video content value here. So we clearly have power because the light is on the front. And I'm going to grab a cold Gatorade while I'm waiting. And if you have any questions for me, go ahead and leave them in the chat, and I'll do my best to point you in a direction or give you an answer. And of course, watch for other folks participating in chat to provide answers as well. A lot of them are smarter than me, so could be some very valid answers being offered by other viewers. So now, I kind of feel like it should have booted by now, so what I'm going to do, and here's part of my problem. Like, I would not normally work on this at the opposite end of the counter, right? I've got to lean over, or I've got to bring the camera over and work with my arms extended. What I want to do now is I want to bring that computer over to me and work on it the way I would normally work on a machine. But unfortunately, that means you're not going to see very much. But I want to take a closer inspection, since now this is sort of demanding a closer inspection. I'm going to hold the power button in and wait for the unit to shut off. It's usually on any computer, desktop, laptop, if it's not shutting off, you just hold the power button in for up to 10 seconds and you should see the lights power off. That's universal, and it's been a thing since the ATX standard was created 20 plus years ago, 25 plus years ago. So I'm going to go ahead and unplug everything right now, and I'm going to take the motherboard out and take a look at it, because why not? I don't have to worry about breaking it. I don't think we've broken it. I think there's a little technical glitch here, and I'm trying to uncover it. A lot of people are so quick to assume the worst. A lot of people are very superstitious. I don't fall into that category. I'm a logical, scientific person, and I enjoy being presented with a new challenge. I enjoy something that I don't understand because that tells me there's a gap in my knowledge. So the best way to fill that gap is to do a little exploring. So I'm going to take out this screw in the bottom right, and there's also one in the top left that hold the main board in. There's that screw there, and these are longer. Are these longer? No, these look like the same length, but I'm going to still keep them separated from the other screws. And we're going to take out this one over here. And I'm going to go ahead and pop the memory module out, just because I can. And I'm going to take the M.2 drive out so I can unplug the antennas from it, because the antennas are going to be wrapped around the case, and I don't want to tear them off when I remove the motherboard. So there's our M2. Now, unfortunately, the antennas, they're using like a sticky material to keep the antennas from falling off. So I think what I'll do is I'll just take the Wi-Fi adapter card out of its socket, and even that screw has some of the sticky goo, and by unscrewing it, I've removed at least the sticky goo off one of the antenna wires, so that one can be removed. But what I want to make sure, and that's the same as the M.2 screw. Oh, it's narrower. What I want to make sure is that when I'm taking the motherboard out, that I'm not going to pull on these antenna wires. They're pretty fragile. You'll see there's two of them right there. And so we'll just hang that off to the side, and then that way I don't have to worry about damaging them by pulling the board out. Now, I think the board should come out at this point. I'm just looking to see if I've missed any other screws. I don't think I have. There's not much to grab on. The ports are going to poke through the front of the case here, and it looks like we've got a little plastic film protecting this. And so that's what's holding the board into position, are the ports that are poking through the holes. So because this is plastic and we can bend it away from the ports, and we should be able to get one edge of the board up if I've removed all the screws. Sometimes it's easier to remove, like in this case, the ports are sticking through far further on the front than they are on the back. So once I feel the movement from the back, I can then lift up like this. Again, I want to be very cautious of these antenna wires. They are very easily damaged. And here's our motherboard right here. Let me bring out the, you know what, I'm not going to bring out the overhead. Let me just bring the motherboard to you so you can see how it's designed. It's a good excuse to get it open. So this is the side that is easily accessible, right? That's where our RAM goes, where our solid state drive goes, where our Wi-Fi card goes. And this is the side you don't normally access here, and that's going to be your squirrel cage cooler sitting on top of the CPU that is soldered onto the board. And you can see it's pretty easy to replace that. It's just a regular fan. You can get those off eBay if you ever needed to. Simple connector, pretty typical connector, two screws, one here and one there. That's our CMOS battery right there. And this whole board can be powered on just like this. Just like that. And yeah, if we wanted to curl the BIOS, we absolutely can simply pull the connector off the battery. So you want to be careful, because if you use a lot of force to pop that connector off, you might just rip the cables. That's not good, and then hopefully you got good soldering skills. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I want my glasses because everything's super tiny on this. And we can disconnect the battery, and I guarantee that clears our BIOS if it's a BIOS related issue. And this little screwdriver right here might help me in that disconnect. Remember, you don't want to pull on the cables themselves. You could pull the cables right out of the connector, and that's bad times. So I've just pried it loose with that little flat blade driver, And now I've disconnected the battery. And that's our whole system right there. Now I can leave the Wi-Fi out of it without any harm. I can also put our RAM back in here. Like so. We'll pop that in. And we can put our M.2 storage back in. Now, being exceptionally careful and mindful that everything is exposed, if we are careful, we can go ahead and hook everything back up again and power this back on. But we want to make sure that we're not blocking that CPU fan. It needs to be able to turn. So my concern is the center spindle might hit the table. So I'll probably want to boot it with the fan facing up. So we can plug our wireless keyboard back in. And we want to remember to plug our battery back on. But I want to give it just a minute, a little bit longer, just to make sure it's completely erased. And then I'll bring this up to the camera one more time, because I realize there's a shot here. There's a nice little angle getting underneath that heatsink. You can see under there. It's kind of cool. That's the whole board. It's crazy, isn't it? The only other thing I think could have happened is if the machine was trying to draw more power in than the power adapter can deliver, it could damage the power adapter. But I can't imagine a memory module would do that. It's possible. They should both be the same voltage, I think. 1.1 volts. They should both be 1.1. Yeah, they're both 1.1 volts. Now, I don't know how much amperage it's drawing. Obviously, more memory is going to need more density of the power, for lack of a better explanation. And let me put those cables back in now. Let's go to the floor and find an HDMI cable here. We'll plug that in either of the HDMI ports. Ethernet cable, we really don't need that for booting, so because we're diagnosing, we only want to plug in items we absolutely have to have. So we need a keyboard and mouse, we need to be able to see a monitor, and of course we need power. Now, I don't want to boot it with the fan facing down like that because I'm afraid it's going to interfere. And I'm going to plug the battery back in before I forget. All right, so we should definitely have a completely wiped CMOS. And the power button is this button right here. The light has come on, as you can see. Set that down there. And let me go over to my HDMI input and see. Oops, I'm moving the wrong video. This is the video I want to move. Right there. Whoa. And once again, BIOS, if in fact we did clear it, it's going to need a couple of minutes to retrain the memory. So we definitely want to give it every opportunity to boot before we assume the worst. And then of course we can move on from there, and that could include even checking that power adapter to make sure its power delivery wasn't damaged in trying to draw too much out of it. That's about the only thing I can think of that would to justify that. It's very strange. I see Mortant joining us in the chat. Welcome in, Mortant. Thomas Backenstow saying hello. Jason Willis says the CMOS battery looks big. Yeah, they're all the same CMOS batteries. It's just the smaller the computer is, the bigger the battery looks. Yeah. I'm not seeing other questions in there, and I'm also not seeing this moving on. That's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Legendary Gamer says he's off to bed as it's almost, I don't know what that means. He's in South Africa, almost 10 p.m. he says. All right, well, thanks for joining us from South Africa. It's cool to have viewers from all over the world enjoying the content. Hopefully you'll join us again someday soon, I hope. Okay, we're still not booting. Still something's not right. Challenge accepted. This is a weird one, I have to say. Very, very strange. I'm going to go ahead and pull the power on it. And you will notice the way I handle electronics, whether it's got power or not. You'll always see me handle things by the edges. Come on, there it goes. And it's just a habit I've created over the years, so I don't have to worry about electrostatic discharge. I don't have to wear an electrostatic bracelet. I don't have to worry about getting my fingers on the connector side of components, because that can impede the connectivity between the plug and the socket. And it's just a habit, and I do it routinely. I don't even think about it. And it occurs to me, I haven't mentioned to the audience in a while about paying attention to how you see me holding components. I see some videos on YouTube where people pick things up haphazardly and they're grabbing onto the raw components, and Lord knows if they're static shocking it or leaving the oils from their skin behind. So it's just a bad practice. Now, when it's your hardware, you could spit on it for all I care. But when it's hardware that belongs to a customer, it's very disrespectful to handle it in such a nonchalant way, because it can create problems. And that's not going to bode well for your reputation as a tech. And you got to hold it some way, so why not hold it in a thoughtful manner, which would be, as much as possible, hold things by edges or by, on big motherboards, we have big plastic PCI slots. You can use one of the PCI slots in your thumb against the edge of the board to pick it up. Or you can grab something by the heatsink and lift the entire heatsink. There's no worry there of static discharge, and it's solidly attached. So just think of things like that. If you're going to be opening up a computer and working on it, think about how you handle the parts. Always handle the parts by the edges, not from top to bottom, but from side to side. That includes your CPU, that includes your memory, your storage, all of it, all the time. After a while, it just becomes second nature and you don't think about it anymore. David Martinez in the chat says hello. Would nitrile gloves help with electrostatic discharge? No. If you just hold the components the way I explained, then there's no issue with electrostatic discharge. So, but no, nitrile gloves are not a replacement for proper ESD protection, if that's what you're asking. They do help from removing the contamination of oils from the skin onto sensitive components, things like that. Nick wants to know, could it be that it won't start unless it's fully assembled? Well, typically machines like that will have a switch that gets depressed or two pieces of metal that make contact. So those are easily shorted for technicians to bypass, and it's typically on more expensive pieces of hardware. On this, no, there is no such switch, nor would they add that unnecessary expense to a machine. They're trying to get the price down as much as possible to give you as much power, as much memory, and as much storage for the lowest possible price. Anything that's unneeded, like a switch that determines when it's opened, adds to the cost. And the problem with that is when the consumer is shopping for a mini PC, you might look at Beelink, Minisporum, you might look at Intel Nook, you might look at Ace Magician, Camrui, TrigKey, Morphine. I mean, there's so many of them out there. And if their units are cheaper, you will likely buy the cheaper unit, everything else being the same. And if the reason their unit is cheaper is because they avoided the unnecessary expense of adding a little switch that determines when it's opened, well, that explains why one is selling more than the other. People aren't going to pay extra for something they don't want, and then you're not as competitive in the marketplace. Now, it's possible the BIOS is looking for this fan or looking for that. Actually, it can't tell if that connector is plugged in or not, but it can tell if this fan is plugged in or not. But usually a BIOS would alert you to either the fan's not spinning or not detected, or it just doesn't pay any attention to it anyway. So that depends on the BIOS. I don't know on these fans. Certainly there should be, you know, this fan has 4 wires on it, so the BIOS can control this fan and monitor this fan. This fan, I think, it has 4 wires too, so in theory the BIOS can control that fan as well and knows if it's there or not. And it is possible that the machine won't boot without it, absolutely, but I did have it connected earlier, so I'm just thinking it's a power delivery issue, and I can't help but wonder if I might have another 12-volt power adapter that I can just borrow to test that theory. So let me go in the other room for a second and take a look, because I'm wondering if the S12 unit from Beelink, the predecessor to this, might use the same power supply. So bear with me here for a second as I look through. Let's see, that's not it. Here's the Beelink Mini S. And let's take a look if this is a 12 volt. This is also 12 volts, 3 amps. Because I'm suspecting that it's not getting enough power. Now, I've already done a review on the Mini S a while back, and if you're interested in that, be sure and check it out. Yeah, it looks like the exact same power adapter. So all I'm going to do is change the power adapter just to see if I could have damaged the power adapter. First time for everything. Yeah, it looks like the exact same power adapter in every way. So we'll plug that in here, and we'll bring this down and plug it in over here. And I'm going to unplug the power adapter just to give the power adapter time to reset if something got hot. So the old power adapter is unplugged, the new power adapter is plugged in. Everything else being the same, we'll see if that one change makes it happy or not. It's the only way to test these theories. You know, we could sit here and speculate based on our imagination and come to our own conclusions, but I can assure you, you're probably going to be wrong, typically. And I want to know for a fact. I don't want to know based on assumption. So let's see if this makes any difference for us. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But we're off to the races. The fan is spinning. Power light is on. Of course, it was doing this before. Let's see if we get past, get to rather, a post, a power on self-test this time. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. We'll find out. The good news is, if it exhibits the exact same behavior, then I can eliminate the power adapter out of the diagnosis. So even when we're not solving the problem, we're getting closer to finding the source of it. Oh, this is about ready to pull itself off the table. Winston Liu has contributed $5.50 in Super Chat. He says, Carey, it is good that you are using a mini PC like Beelink. I use mini PC like Beelink. Yeah, the mini PCs are great. I can't believe how advanced this technology has become and how inexpensive it's become. My first computer was a 28612, my first IBM compatible computer. It cost $1,200. It had a 40 meg hard drive. It had, how much memory did it have? 4 megs of RAM? And the first 640K was accessible in DOS. Anything above that was extended or expanded memory. And, it was loud. It was big. It was slow. And it was a black and white monitor, or an amber or green screen monitor. It wasn't even colored. And that was $1,200. It does appear that we're still not booting for some reason. And so the mystery continues. So I'm going to hold the power button in. Let's see if it shuts off. It does, just as it should. And then I'm going to turn it right back on again, just because I can. It's all part of the diagnostic process. Now, if there's a problem with the unit, Beelink has a 1-year warranty, all right? So there's no concern about, unless I physically cause damage to the unit, in which case that warranty would be void. But in this particular instance, I imagine if I wanted to create an RMA and send it back to Beelink, it wouldn't be a problem. However, I would take that as a personal loss because I want to fix it. I want to understand what's happening here. And because I don't understand it right now, it's funny to me how many people give up so easily. How many people are saying, oh, it's ruined, it's done. I feel so bad for people that go through life that give up so easily. Growing up, I can tell you I would not have achieved the things in life I have achieved if I maintained an attitude of quitting over the simplest little thing or giving up. And it wasn't something I was born that way. It's something I became as a means to be successful. If you want to be successful in life, generally speaking, you've got to have a stick-to-itiveness nature. You can't just quit at the slightest little challenge. If anything, it's those challenges that make life the most interesting. For example, if you play video games, and there's a video game where there's nothing for you to do but walk the character on the screen from the right side to the left side. There's no obstacles, there's nothing trying to kill you, there's nothing on the screen but your character. There's no challenge. You just simply walk the character from the right side to the left side or from the left side to the right side. That's the game. Does that sound like a game you want to play? That sounds like the worst game ever. And yet, that's how so many people want to live their lives. They want to avoid challenge. They want to avoid, any sort of obstacle that might be in their way rather than figure out a way to conquer the obstacle. They just want to avoid the obstacle. And isn't it psychologically interesting how people are driven to video games that challenge them, and video games that don't challenge them are considered boring and a waste of time, and then turn around and live their life by complete opposite rules? Are they just not seeing it? So I enjoy when things like this happen. I'm not concerned about it. Do I look worried? It's not a big deal. I fix computers for a living, and I know, no smoke came out of it, and I didn't do anything that should have damaged it. So I am really seriously intrigued by this, and I'm glad we're able to catch it on camera, and I'm glad you're able to enjoy it with me. Nick Caffrey with a €10 contribution. Thank you, Nick. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and shut it back down, and I'm going to put the unit back in the box because having it out of the box hasn't made any difference. And in that process, who knows? When we fire it back up, it may just come on. Maybe it won't. I don't know until I try. When things don't make any sense, there's no point in making assumptions or conclusions if you don't have evidence to back it up. It's just justification for quitting. It's justification for giving up. And, if you're 10 years old or younger, I totally get that. But if you're an adult, I just don't think that's a good attitude to have in life if you ever want to achieve anything meaningful, including asking somebody out on a date. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. It takes risk, it takes bravery, and being creative. And if you are denied and you want to imagine all the reasons why, it can drive you crazy. So sometimes it's timing, sometimes it's the approach, sometimes it's attitude. And attitude, honestly, is everything. So let's enjoy this. It's not a bad thing. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just unplug this and put this power supply back. I'm going to power it off first. Hold the power button in for up to 10 seconds. There it goes. Power light goes out. You'll notice I grab onto the heat sink. Notice I'm not touching the circuit board. I hold the edges so I can unplug the HDMI cable. And I'm going to grab the power cable and unplug that. And I'm confident we're not having a power delivery issue, so that can be removed from the equation. All right, there's not that many parts in a computer, so if we're verifying parts like the RAM and the storage are all functional and the power is functional, that doesn't leave much left to diagnose. We've got the Wi-Fi card out of it. It hasn't changed its behavior, so that's not a part of this diagnosis. So it's going to wind us down to essentially motherboard and CPU. And because the motherboard is soldered onto the CPU, because the CPU is soldered onto the motherboard, oh, I got dyslexia of the mouth, it means a replacement. And in much the same way, even when you have a socketable CPU, when a motherboard dies, it very often means not only replacing the board, but replacing the CPU, because in most cases, by the time the motherboard has died, the CPU is not made anymore. It's not available. I cannot count the number of times a customer ended up upgrading their system for a repair. Because if the repair involved a bad motherboard, even though the CPU was fine, if the motherboard hasn't been made in a long time, they're very expensive and rare to find and won't have any warranty left on them. And so for the same price or less, we can get a board and a CPU. And assuming, they've got modern RAM, we just move the RAM over, move the storage over, and the customer gets an upgrade out of a repair. So not only did we fix the machine, we made it better than it was when it was working for about the same price with a warranty on new parts. So that's how quick this technology moves. I'm going to go ahead and put this away, so I don't want to mix parts up between the two. But I'm glad I had it for that test. That was convenient. All right, I'm going to put my glasses back on. I need my glasses to find my glasses. And we'll go ahead and set this back in, which is going to go, this side is going to go in first. So we'll just put that in on an angle here and a line so the ports go through the holes. And then the back side should just slide right in there. And it does. And then I can put the Wi-Fi card back in, so I've got to take the M.2 drive out. And I can even leave the M.2 drive out because I don't think I've tried booting without it, have I? I can't remember. I'm going to grab the other little screw here that holds the Wi-Fi card in. We'll get that back aligned into its socket. That screwdriver is actually a little too small for that. Okay, that's in nice and tight. This is our 16 gig DDR5 Crucial RAM. I just want to make sure that I haven't confused myself in all of this testing. I do that from time to time, And we can plug this fan back in just to see if it matters. Oh, and the screws. It's going to want which screws go back in? It's the top right and bottom left on this one. So top right, at least in the orientation I have the case right now, with the back of the computer to my left, to your right. There's a screw hole in each corner of the board, but two of them are used to hold this plate in, and I was checking to see which two it was. And once again, if I just plug the fan in, just in case it's looking. Yeah. Okay, that's plugged back in. And I'll just seat this back down. I know I don't have to have that ribbon cable back on. And I've left the M.2 drive out on purpose. And let's plug the HDMI cable back in it. And I want to make sure I'm on the right HDMI cable. Let me just verify I haven't knocked anything loose out of the capture card. That looks good. Everything feels tight back there. Keyboard and mouse dongle can go back in. And then I will plug power into it. Let's see what happens. Power, power, power. Oh, I gotta plug it back in. I unplugged the power adapter. There, and I'll hit the power button. The fan instantly starts to spin, and then I'm going to go over to minimize me here. Interesting, it's using a different driver. Why is it doing that? You know what I'm going to do? Just to rule out the HDMI cable, I'm going to go over to the close-up camera. All right, let me turn on the close-up camera for a second. I want to make sure yeah, there's my messy floor. All right, let's turn that off. I'm going to grab this HDMI cable from camera, the close-up camera, and I'm going to plug it in here just to see if it's an HDMI cable. Murphy's Law, right? And I'm going to hold the power button in. Machine is turned off. Turn it back on. And give it another chance to resynchronize with the HDMI. Because it auto detects at boot up which HDMI cables are plugged in, where to send the video signal. If there's two, it determines which one's port 1 and which one's port 2, or monitor 1 and monitor 2. Alvin Shaver says hello from North Carolina. Hey, welcome in, Alvin. Samuel Kowalski says hello from Pennsylvania. And Wayne Meir joins us from New Zealand. Welcome in, guys. Make yourselves at home. We've got a little over 300 of you watching right now as I'm live diagnosing why this new Beelink machine that was booting a moment ago no longer wants to boot. And Simply changing the RAM module out to a 32 gig module to see if it would recognize it. It is DDR5. Should not cause any damage whatsoever. So this is not making sense to me, and I'm very much into this at the moment because I'm determined to figure out what's going on here because it's not adding up. It's very, very strange. David Ice says hello into the chat. Jean-Guy Gravel says I should try another RAM module. You know what? Why didn't I think of that? It's entirely possible that I have damaged the RAM module. So let me grab, and again, I don't have much in the way of DDR5, but I have the DDR5 I removed out of the system I upgraded. And those are what, 8 gigs a piece or something? So let me go over here and see. Yep, here it is. Each one of these it's the same brand, Crucial. And it is behaving as though it's not detecting RAM. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the power, like so. Let that drop on the floor. And I'll go full screen here on camera 1. And we'll bring this back up. Move that aside. Yeah, that's exactly what it's behaving like. Take that module out. Now that module's a 16, these are 8s, but that's all I have for right now. And they do sell us with an 8 gig configuration. This is likely the exact same memory you would get on the 8 gig pre-built that they offer. I just have to be smarter than the packaging to get the RAM out. Facing down, pop that in there, and then I have to step around to grab the power cable again. And I just want to lay this piece back on top. That little ribbon cable is snagging. Maybe that'll make it happy. Let's find out. Power. Power. Hit the power button. Fan is turning. Step around. And reduce camera 1. Put me on the corner again. There we go. That's better. And let's see if it posts. We'll give it a full 2 minutes here. Could it be the input from OBS has gone crazy, Trevor wants to know. Well, that's why I turned on the close-up camera to make sure that the input on the capture card was working correctly for that HDMI cable. And then I took that HDMI cable and used it instead. So this is the close-up camera's HDMI cable. And I've left OBS with the close-up camera activated. So once I minimize camera 1, what's behind camera 1 now is the close-up camera's input, which is coming from this cable, which is now plugged into the mini PC. And the fact that so far it hasn't made any difference, but it's only been a minute, so let's give it another full minute. I know it's easy to want to give up, right? It's easy to want to say, well, this is the same behavior, so why wait the extra minute? Because you might be shooting yourself in the foot if you don't. Just because of your impatience, you might be creating a problem that's completely avoidable by simply giving the machine enough time to retrain the memory. Every time we put new memory in it, it has to retrain it. And that first boot is always going to take longer than any subsequent boot. anytime you change memory, whether it's a mini PC, a laptop, a full desktop, it's all the same. So regardless of the outcome, it still is a learning experience for us, whether I'm able to fix it or not. I am absolutely puzzled as to what would cause that. However, I'm not convinced that this is something bad. I think there's a configuration thing that's frozen or stuck, and I don't necessarily think any components have gone bad. And I could be wrong. However, it certainly makes the video more interesting, I think, for better or for worse. It gives you an opportunity to see how I work, it gives you an opportunity to see how I diagnose, and to get into the guts of this thing, which I normally would not have done, but since I had a reason, why not? Let's see if there's other questions you have for me. Now I feel like it's been 2 minutes. It should have done something by now. Alvin says he bought the AM06 Pro mini PC a couple weeks ago. He says it's working great so far. He's going to give it to his granddaughter for her first computer. Hey, that's awesome. Samuel Kowalski says, this is one of your best live streams. Hey, thanks, Sam. It's when it's unscripted and it's live and you're seeing what's real. Some people even doubt that what they're seeing is real. I don't think I could script this to happen. I don't think I'm that good. Jean Guy says, live video, LOL. Yeah, it's like live life. Do you go through life and everything expected always occurs? Like I said, people's mentality towards life is so commonly that, you know, somebody trips and falls, haha, let's laugh at them. Somebody makes a mistake. Somebody experiences learning. Some people find that funny. I think that says more about them than it says about the people they're laughing at. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and unplug this. And I feel like at this point that my power is good. My memory is not the problem because we've switched the memory out. The M.2 isn't the problem because we pulled the M.2 out. We've pulled the Wi-Fi card out. And none of these things have altered the computer's behavior. So what I want to do next is I'm going to put the M.2 drive back into it, which will just take a moment. Let's grab this. Put that down here. Okay. And then I'll go ahead and put this connector back on. So let me take the fan off because that connector is easier. So I'll save that one for last. This one, the ribbon cable goes into its socket here. Now I want to make sure that the locking mechanism is in the unlock position because that's going to make installing it a lot easier. And I probably should have done this first before I put the M.2 drive in because now I'm working around the M.2 again, which is making life harder than it needs to be. And of course I still have it towards the end of the table, which is also making this process harder than it needs to be. Let me bring this to me, all right? And how am I going to get that in there? I think that's fully seated. Then I'll push the locking mechanism down. Yeah, I'm going to say that's seated correctly. And now I can put the fan header back on. There it is. Then I will put this back in. Just like that. And we can hook up our HDMI cable and our power. And turn it back on. Once again, fan starts turning immediately. And I might try clearing the BIOS again. Sergio says you could try the portable monitor through the USB Type-C port. I could, but I feel like I don't think we're having a video output issue. I think we're having a BIOS posting issue. Something is preventing the BIOS from even getting so far as to initializing the video output. And again, I'm making an assumption here. It really wouldn't be any harm to go ahead and plug a monitor into the Type-C port just to try it. But I'm not there mentally yet that I want to do that. I still think this is a BIOS related issue. Boo Boo said he had to leave the battery out of his machine for like 40 minutes to clear the BIOS. Yes, some machines may have larger capacitors on the motherboard and they take longer to drain. I don't know how long this one would actually take to drain, and I don't know if the machine should be plugged in or not to clear the BIOS. So I'm just going to go give it a good 2 minutes here to give it the opportunity to boot, just in case it wants to be cooperative all of a sudden. Old Man 55 says a live video or anything can happen is great. Absolutely. That's my preference too. All that scripted, edited, approved by the corporation stuff that all the big tech channels do, you guys can have that. If I'm not there, start without me. Politically Incorrect wants to know if there's jumpers. Mini computers, I've never seen a mini computer with a jumper on a board, ever. I wasn't looking for any jumpers, but at the same time, I didn't see any. So, no, there's no jumpers on it. And generally, you won't find jumpers on any mini PC, not any one that's, made within the last 5 or 6 years. Construction says, I'll get my popcorn. Is there a pinhole? Yes, there is a pinhole to reset the CMOS. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we covered that earlier. To see what you've missed, just rewind this live video. DVR mode is enabled, so you can rewind the live video. Those questions have been asked and answered already. I'm going to go ahead and unplug this one more time here, and then I'm going to grab my little SIM card removal tool right here, and we can go back to full screen here in camera 1. And I'm not quite sure how long you're supposed to hold this button in. I wonder if the documentation says anything about it. No, it doesn't really give us any indication of how that button is to be used. This manual is in multiple languages, and so the only part of it that's in English is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pages. The rest of it is in other languages, German, Japanese, etc., etc. Spanish, Italian, Russian. Oh, I guess that's Chinese, not Japanese. I just noticed on the back of the documentation, it says your power on and wake on LAN setting guide file storage path is on C:\power on and WOL. There's a directory right there for that information. And it says system drive file storage path is C:\driver. Those would be two good directories to back up to have anytime you want to do a reinstall. Of course, I'm sure you can go on the website and download the drivers anyway, but if you've already got them, why not just back up the ones you've got, put them on a flash drive somewhere in case you ever want to do a reinstall. I'm going to hold this button in here for a few seconds and we'll see if I can get this thing to wake up. I'm going to move that over here. There we go. David says, just for theory, what if you put the bottom on? Sure, we can just put the bottom on there. There's no connection made from the bottom of the unit. It is a piece of plastic. There's no metal on it. So touching plastic isn't going to have any impact. But there's the bottom on. And then I'll put power back into it and turn it back on. So now I have power again. And bring that down over here like so. I think I have a Type-C to USB cable. I'm sorry, Type-C to HDMI cable is what I meant to say. Somewhere in this drawer. It's right here. I think in theory we could go out of this Type-C right here and into this HDMI cable over here. Like that. It's going to be hard to tell if it's working or not because I've never tried that before. Let me hold the power button in here and then we'll turn it back on, let it redetect video output options. Okay, so now it's off. Turn that back on. Yeah, it says on the bottom 12 volts, 3 amps is the power input, so that does match the Mini S12 power requirements. Russ says there's a small holder button for the clear CMOS on the front of the machine. Please insert a pin for 5 to 10 seconds. Or press the button after unplugging the power and HDMI cable. And the HDMI cable? Okay, why not? Well, sure. I'm going to go ahead and pull power and pull HDMI. And then I'll hold the reset button in. We'll go 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plug HDMI back in. Plug power back in. And because I unplugged it with the power on, as soon as I plugged it in, power came back on. So it's like remembering how it was left. So that really feels like we got a BIOS-related issue here. It's very bizarre. Now, because we've reset the BIOS, we absolutely have to give it 2 minutes to fairly give it an opportunity to train the memory. Frank Jimmy says, greetings, Uncle Carey and chat. Happy Thursday. Hey, Frank. Good to see you, my friend. Toman 2000 said you should also remove the CMOS battery. And I don't know, did you just join us? Were you not here when we did that? So I've reset the BIOS 3 different ways, and nothing is getting us past whatever the sticking point is, which I personally feel like it's a BIOS related thing, but it's really hard to say. I'm quite stumped by it, to be honest. And I don't like being stumped. I see it as a challenge. I see it as like, okay, this is an opportunity for a new experience. Don't let it discourage you. This is what learning looks like. Box of extra toasty Cheez-Its? That sounds pretty good right about now. All right, I'm still not getting any activity out of this, so I'm going to unplug this. Well, first I'll turn it off. Make sure that power's off correctly. And I'll pull the power cable. And obviously the bottom doesn't make any difference, just a piece of plastic, folks. And then I want to see this up and out of here one more time, and we'll put the original memory back in it again. Right here. I'll put that back where that goes. Good. And we'll put the original one back in. This is our crucial 16 gig DDR5 module. And then I'm going to power it back on just the way it is, because I'm a glutton for punishment. All right, so while I'm letting that sit there, Trevor wants to know, did you unplug the fan in either way? The fan can only plug in one way. It's not possible to turn it around the other way. Alan Linda says, is it time to find out how good support from Beelink really is? Hey, you know what? It might lead to that. And they do show on the back of the manual. Let me go back to full screen here on camera 1. They encourage people to reach out with questions. And on the back of the manual is their contact information. So it's not like they're hiding. I can appreciate that. Mike Visions with a 2-pound contribution says, hello all, here's my late fee, Carey. You guys and your late fees. If you want to keep paying late fees, keep showing up late. I'm all for it. I think what I want to do is reverse the order of the cameras. I think I'm going to put close-up camera up on top here in OBS. And then I'm going to make it small and put it in the corner. And we'll just let it idle there for a little while and see if it just magically decides to come on. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Now I feel like I need to get another one and do this again and see if the problem is reproducible. Because if there's actually the potential of harm by simply changing out the RAM module, that should absolutely be a big warning. Actually, you know what? They might have actually put a warning in here. With 5-volt standby, the rear USB ports support always on, enabling you to wake the PC up from sleep by moving the mouse or pressing a key on the keyboard. The front USB ports do not support always on, as to avoid the LED on your mouse or keyboard staying lit up when the PC is in sleep mode. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? What if it's sleeping? I mean, in theory, powering it on and off and resetting the BIOS would wake it up, but I can't imagine that's going to make any difference. And the back just says the same thing, I guess, in Chinese here. So the front USB ports do not support always on, as to avoid the LED on your mouse or keyboard staying lit up when the PC is in sleep mode. That's good information they have there on that little card. I just thought it was a little thank you or something. I didn't even read it. And I'm going to unplug one more time. Plug it back in. Turn it back on. I don't see anything visually that's drawing my eye. It all looks pretty happy. Alan wants to know if it's going to make a good doorstop. I don't know, is it heavy enough? If the door's light enough, I think it'll be all right. Not a lot of weight to these things. A good doorstop needs to be heavy. So, yeah, I'm going to let that just idle there for a little bit, and we'll continue to address any questions you have. I don't think this is indicative of a quality issue with Beelink or anything. I've never had any problem with any of their other mini PCs. And certainly, just like any other manufacturer, some of their mini PCs I prefer over others. And depending on the product category and price, I am not loyal to a specific brand in that regard, right? I'm really a big fan of that GTR 6 that Beelink makes. And there's supposed to be a GTR 7 coming out that I'm very much looking forward to. And even on the budget side of the Beelink's mini PCs, I haven't seen any issues. I am curious. I think the Mini S12 is DDR4. Because I was going to say we could try doing the same upgrade on the Mini S12 and see if we damage it. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be DDR4. Let me just verify that real quick. I don't know. The N95 processor is the same family of processor. But for all I know, the RAM could be soldered in on this one. I suppose I could just look online at their website if I wanted to be lazy about it. Let's go to the Beelink site and bring up the mini PC homepage here and look up there's the Mini S12 right here. And I'll hit Learn More, and let me share the screen with you guys. Very similar in specification. Max DDR4. So it is DDR4. Okay. Oh, but that's the Pro. I don't have the Pro. I've got the N95 version. So just benchmarks. It's very similar to the Mini S12. I'm seeing the DDR4 versus DDR5, but the same by one. M.2 PCIe is the same. The Wi-Fi 6 is the same. But this isn't the Pro. This is just right? Is this the Pro? No, this is an N95, not an N100. And this is Wi-Fi 5, not Wi-Fi 6, so we might need to go back one more generation. Let's see. Yeah, it'll be this one right here for $189. So I was at the right page. If I click Learn More, it should... Oh, for whatever reason now, there it is, shows the N95, but it is DDR4 and not DDR5, so I cannot run the same experiment on this one, because that is the difference between the S12 and the EQ12. Good to know. Well, and see, there's reasons why we learn these things when we need to. Otherwise, it's just tech minutia that doesn't really matter. So when it matters, you know, it's good to know. When it doesn't matter, I don't care. That's because I'm dealing with so many computers every day, I don't memorize the specifications of a particular unit I see once. If I keep seeing the same family of computers over and over, then of course I naturally memorize it. Through repetition, I see them over and over again, and I know exactly what to expect. So that's very interesting because the box and size and everything between these two models is very similar. And this is the newer version of this, apparently. And this one is available for under $200. So if you want to save some money and you don't need the DDR5 or the, there might be a couple of differences on the I/O as well. But buy what you need. That's what I'm saying. And let me put this one back again. There we go. And this is clearly not going to boot for us, so I'm going to unplug it here for a few minutes. We'll take all the plugs out. In fact, I don't want to mix this HDMI cable up, so I'm going to plug it back into the close-up camera. And then let's just address any questions you guys have that I can hopefully give you answers to. Besides, why is this not booting? I'm still working on that answer. And yeah, maybe we will end up just reaching out to Beelink and let's see how their support is. It's what it might come down to. And ultimately, if you buy a new PC, you shouldn't be upgrading it right away, unless you're buying, say, a bare bones unit. Of course, then you'd have to put RAM and storage in it. But you know, you shouldn't have to fix anything new. That's what the warranty is for. And I would strongly advise you to buy what you need rather than buying something cheap and then upgrading it, because you will likely spend more money doing it that way. And you open up an opportunity for things to break, even though it's something simple that anybody can do. Sometimes inadvertent things happen. Sometimes you don't even know what it was. I'm going to put these little memory modules away here so I don't misplace them. And then this is a good time to post your question in the chat. And I'll do what I can to provide answers, and do watch for other answers coming from other chat participants, because we have a lot of knowledgeable folks of varying experiences and interests that might be able to answer your question better with more clarity than I can. Okay, so that's all put away. Just want to let this sit and let it reset, and after we talk a little bit, just before we go, we'll plug it in and just see if it's changed its mind about anything. Paul Ho thinks the RAM controller is fried. Why do you think that? I find it interesting how complete strangers on the internet will come up with absolute confidence of what they know the problem to be when they themselves are not here and looking at it. I don't know if that's confidence or delusion. And you could throw any guess out, and your guess could be right, but without any evidence pointing to the RAM controller, I'm just not so certain that's what it is. But I also don't know what it is, but I also am smart enough to know I wouldn't say with any confidence without a proper breakdown of each component. I wouldn't say with confidence. I wouldn't hesitate to say my guess is the RAM controller is bad, but I wouldn't say the RAM controller is bad with confidence. That's something people on the internet do. I've never worked with anybody in my life that's ever sustained a job who boldly made proclamations about predictions or assumptions with equipment they're not familiar with. Those people usually didn't stay employed as a coworker very long. So I learned not to do that. Eventually, though, I mean, people in the chat could guess every component. It's this, it's that, and make it sound like it's a fact. And then when I come back and identify what the problem is, one of you is going to be like, see, I told you. It's a fun little psychological game people play because they have nothing to lose. But I don't listen to people like that. I'm not interested. I would rather, somebody who had hands-on experience and saw it with their own eyes. That would be an opinion that I would respect. Or somebody who says, this is my guess and this is why I'm guessing it. I respect that. But just to boldly tell me what the problem is, no. You might as well just throw a dart at the wall and say, that's exactly wherever the dart goes, that's what it is. And if it turns out you were right, you'll say, see, throwing the dart at the wall works every time. Yeah, I love that psychology. So that doesn't work well in my career, I can tell you that from experience. The best technicians that I've worked with are people that open up their mind to the possibilities, weigh their options, and move forward with a logical reasoning regardless of the outcome. And I have found that to be a behavior found in at least the technicians that I respect and the technicians that trained with me. And, there's all different kinds of people in the world. And some people go about their communication in a way that's a bit off-putting. So if you have to work with somebody like that 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, yeah, it can be rough. It can be rough. Martin Hogg wants to know if I've checked the HDMI cable and other HDMI port. I did, yes. Construction says I'd check another PC on the HDMI. I've already done that. I plugged it into the camera. Sergio says the diagnosing live streams are the ones I most enjoy because we put our brains to work and at the end we all together learn something. Thanks, Carey. Yeah, absolutely. That's really what it's about, is to share the experience, right? It's not about proving how smart somebody is or proving how dumb somebody is or proving how well somebody can guess the answer. That's irrelevant in the real world. People get lucky. Who cares? It's about consistency and it's about experience. And so I can sit here and I can spout off all these experiences I've had. And, some people may take them, some people may leave them. But if we experience it together as a shared experience, then we cannot deny when that story gets to be told later about here's what happened and here's what we did, then there are all these independent witnesses that are all nodding their head going, yes, it's exactly the way it went down, right? Or somebody might remember it a little differently and make a correction or be corrected because we all shared the experience. So it's far more educational value than just words, right? I can explain to you how to ride a bicycle, but until you get on the bicycle, nobody can really explain it to you. Balance is something you feel. And so when going through this diagnostic process, there's a point, especially when you work in corporate IT, there's a point where your time has got to be cut, where you have to say, okay, this has to get escalated up to the next tech. What I see a lot on YouTube and a lot on the internet are people that have all day to just mess around with tiny little nonsense that doesn't work, or to spend a ridiculous amount of time or money on something frivolous. And in the corporate world, that's not doable. You have to fix a certain number of computers on average every week, as do your coworkers. And if you're not keeping up, you could lose your job, or you could not get a raise. Maybe your review won't go so well, or you might not get promoted. At the same time, you don't want to show off and be like somebody who's fixing twice as many as all your coworkers. Then your coworkers are going to hate you for forcing them to work harder. So there's a teamwork involved, right? There's a cooperation. And then when you discover something when you work in corporate IT, that you can share that discovery with your coworkers, like, hey, I just found out this driver's causing blue screens, and we've been getting a lot of blue screen support calls. It looks like it's this new video driver. And now you've just empowered your team to flip around those repairs really quick, because they get those blue screens. They go, oh, Carey told me, or Bob told me it was the driver, so we'll put this different driver on. Blue screen goes away, they come back, they confirm it, and all of a sudden this tidal wave of support calls gets wiped out and all your stats go up. And it's a great sense of community and teamwork. The customers are happy, they're getting their problem resolved quickly. And then of course eventually that works its way up in the company chain, and then that driver is completely removed from the IT department, so no one can install it accidentally in the future. And then whatever relationship they have with the vendor, they can discuss the details of who's going to pay for this, right? Because that gets to be the second matter, is how much money's being spent. So I appreciate hobbyists that can sit around and futz around with their computer for hours and hours and hours, because they have nothing else to do and they enjoy it, and I'm all for it. But it's not representative of real work. And my concern is that YouTube doesn't show enough real work. And so people are leaving with the impression that that's what the work is like. And that's the wrong impression. That's what hobbyists do. And there's nothing wrong with what the hobbyists do, except that it can unintentionally misinform people to think, if you want to get into this line of work, that's what it's like. It's not what it's like. There's a lot more pressure. There's a lot more at stake, including your ability to earn a living, maybe have health insurance. You know what I'm saying? Like, be able to afford to buy groceries and live in a nice house and pay the bills. In exchange for that, you're going to produce. And you're going to produce work. You're going to produce results. And if those results are not, if your production is not on par with the rest of the coworkers that you work with, you're not going to have the job anymore. So hobbyists don't worry about any of that stuff, right? It doesn't matter if they break something. It doesn't matter if it takes forever. They don't have to answer to anybody. They're not being held accountable or responsible by a boss or a customer. And let me tell you, that changes the perspective significantly when the consequences become essentially your ability to pay the rent or to eat, right? Or your ability to have a career, to be able to say, I'm going to do this for 30 years, you know? You can't survive in any career if you're not being productive and you're not keeping up with the productivity of the coworkers. And I think that whole piece, which is a very major piece, is not so much as even mentioned that it exists on the vast majority of YouTube channels that cover tech stuff, because they don't know. They're hobbyists. They don't know they're leaving information out because they don't have the information. And the viewer watching the expert hobbyist isn't being afforded that information, and therefore they don't know that information is being omitted, and then falsely believe what it would be like to be a tech. And it's the real world it's not like that in the business. So I'm trying to bridge that gap. I really enjoy what I do, and I'm not always going to be successful at fixing everything. There are reasons why we don't fix everything, and usually it's time or money. It gets to a point where it costs too much money to fix something, it's faster to simply replace it, or it's taking too much time and other work is building up, and now you're getting buried. And if you don't start to unbury yourself now, it won't slow down. You're just going to get more and more buried. And if you get buried to the point because you spent too much time on one thing that now you're not getting caught up, then the boss is going to talk to you and want to know why your production's so behind everybody else, because you were stubborn and wouldn't let something go. And that's the hardest part for me, is I don't want to ever let anything go. I want to hold on to it until I figure it out. And there is an escalation process that needs to be followed, or a procedure at most IT departments that says if you've spent a certain amount of time on any particular problem, no matter what that problem is, once that time limit is exceeded, it's in your best interest in your career to do the right thing and escalate that ticket to somebody else, and you move on to something else. And yeah, you get robbed of that experience, and it's maddening. You have no idea how reluctantly I would surrender a support ticket that I didn't solve in the time I was allowed, and how frustrating it was. And it has led to meetings with the boss, it's led to meetings with the supervisor, it's led to meetings with the customer. Yeah. That would probably be my biggest if there was something that I needed to work on as a tech, it would be the ability to let it go and let somebody else fix what I don't know. Because I figure if I do that, how am I going to learn, right? I'm going to stay in, but at the same time, if the company lets me go because I'm not producing enough and I'm not getting the experience on a day-to-day basis because now I'm out of work, how am I going to learn? How am I going to grow? So it's this spirally catch-22, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't kind of a scenario that, once again, hobbyists don't deal with any of that. So it changes the entire approach to repair, as well as the importance, just the priorities of what's truly important as a technician. It's not to know everything. It's not to have all the answers. It's the ability to know when to quit. And as long as you're not doing that with the majority of your service calls, it's fine, it's normal. And if you're someone like me who never wants to quit, you always want to hold on to it, then you're only punishing yourself in that now you've just burdened yourself by allowing work to pile up. And now you're going to have to work twice as fast to get caught up to everybody else because I refused, or I procrastinated escalating to call to somebody else. Yeah, it's gotten me in trouble with the boss, believe it or not. Gary wants to know, could it be that it just failed? It's really hard to say what went on. I mean, at this point, because we don't have the answer, and again, this is another behavior I find on the internet, but I don't find in real IT, is that people will falsely come to a conclusion based on nothing but their imagination with no hard evidence to back it up, and then convince themselves it couldn't be anything else but this one thing they made up in their mind, and then they attempt to tell everybody else as though it was a fact and it were verifiable, what this creative assumption is that they are now treating exactly as though it were true and verified. That drives me crazy, because it's delusion. It's like people are so fragile, they can't say, I don't know. I have a lot of respect for people who say, I don't know. It drives me crazy when somebody has to have an answer, even if it's one they made up, and they start explaining it, and it doesn't make any sense. And I find with these people, it's a waste of time to argue with them or to try and correct them. This is like their security blanket. It's something they need. It's very strange. And again, when you work in a corporate environment, you're going to deal with all different kinds of personalities. I worked with a guy who used to build computers in a factory and said they were diagnosing a problem nobody could figure out, another one of these weird scenarios. And This was a full-size computer. And, you know, we had tried this and we tried that. The 3 or 4 of us were kind of poking around. And he says, you know, maybe it's a bad case. And we went, what? This is a joke. No, when I worked at this company where we built computers, sometimes we got bad sheet metal. Right, he got bad sheet metal. That's a good one. No, I'm serious. I got bad sheet metal. We would take all the components out, put it into an entirely different case, and the system worked without a problem. I go, I'll tell you what. Do you have any idea where I could find these cases that are made of bad sheet metal? Because I will take every one of them. And, you know, the guy truly believed it. He honestly believed it. And of course, the minute he turns his back, the rest of us are talking about him going, do you honestly think that he was serious? Bad sheet metal. And that became the inside joke. And this guy had no idea we were talking about him like that. You know, somebody would say, oh, I'm trying to solve this problem. And someone else would say, well, maybe you got bad sheet metal. And I kind of feel bad for the guy that we're all making fun of him behind his back. He has no clue he's being made fun of. And he thought he was being helpful. And it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That's like, did you try waving chicken bones over your head and rotating counterclockwise? Again, in corporate America, and it's very competitive, you don't want to show that side. Keep that to yourself if you believe that superstitious nonsense. Or you have a way to prove it, then prove it. But otherwise, you're setting yourself up to not go too far. Needless to say, that guy wasn't with the company very long. Sergio says, I don't find any support drivers or documentation on the EQ12 on Beelink's site. I haven't looked. We can take a look at that here in a minute. But being that it's a new model, it's entirely possible that it hasn't been made available yet. However, usually by the time it's on Amazon and available to buy, they typically have it done. But let me just take a quick look. Let's go over to support here at beelink.com. And we'll search for the EQ12. And knowledge base article appears blank. Diagnostic tools appears blank. Drivers and hardware appears blank. So let me go to the drivers and hardware at the bottom of the page. And I can see the drivers and hardware for every machine they make using that link. And I see the Mini S12 listed there. And I see driver for Mini S12 Pro. I don't know, these sorted by date. Like, see if I can. So the drivers for the Mini S12 Pro were only posted last month. And that computer's been available for some time. But that's why their tech support's available. And that's why they encourage you, reach out to them if there's something you're not finding. I'm sure they can point you to it. Because, you know, I'm not seeing it here either. And it looks like these are all sorted by date. So as I scroll through, like to page 2, it's going, it looks like by default it's sorting everything by date. This goes back to 2022. And since this is a brand new model, this should be right at the top of page 1. And I could certainly email them and ask them about that. I'm sure there's an answer, but it does appear that it has not been done yet. And that's another downside of wanting to be the first, right? If you want something brand new, it may be that not everything's in place yet. EQ12 has been out, I don't even think it's been a month yet. But I would think that they would update the site as soon as they made it publicly available. Interesting. And of course, I'm going to share with them the video and get their thoughts on it and see if they have any suggestions for me. It might be something simple I'm overlooking. You know, that's happened before. In big companies, you're going to have different departments, whether you've got human resources, sales and marketing, you're going to have documentation, you're going to have engineers, manufacturing, distribution, payables and receivables, you know, accounting. And the idea is that things should be timed, and that's what the manager's job is for. Things should be timed where when one department is ready, the other department is ready, right? So when they say, okay, engineering's got the test samples out, research and development's done the quality control, everything's being checked. Marketing has set the price and set the website up for the product specifications. Then we say, okay, here's release date, everybody go. And somehow the folks who write the drivers and support section of the website didn't do it on time for one reason or another. That's pretty interesting and a little embarrassing. I will reach out to the folks at Beelink and find out what's up with that. Because like I said, if the product wasn't released yet, that's typical. And if the product was just released, that's typical. But I think this has been out about a month. I do think it'd be up by now. I'm sure if you reach out to their support, that they would direct you to probably some unpublished part of the site to get the drivers. It's not like they're keeping them secret or anything. Clearly they have them. Fast Alpha wants to know, is it compatible with DDR4 or just DDR5? Just DDR5. Patrick wants to know, if this was a client PC who paid you to upgrade the RAM to 32 gig, and the manufacturer says 16 gig is the maximum, who is responsible for the non-working PC since you now tried to upgrade the RAM? Well, the person getting paid to do a job is the one that takes responsibility, not just if the job goes good, but also the reason you were hired was so that the job wouldn't go bad. You're supposed to be the expert. That's why you're getting paid to do it. Now, if you were doing it for free to help a friend, or you're making a YouTube video, that's a totally different scenario. But if you hire a plumber to come over to your house and put in a new garbage disposal, and in the process, you end up with leaks when the whole thing is said and done, who would be responsible for that? Person who broke it that you paid. If you're not paying somebody, it'd be hard to be able to it would be unreasonable for you to expect them to take responsibility if what they were doing was free, right? But if you're paying them, then the whole reason behind paying somebody is that they're supposed to know what they're doing and they're supposed to not damage your equipment. They're supposed to be professionals. Then the right thing to do is to do what it is they're supposed to be experts in and fix whatever the problem is. And that is part of what comes with getting paid, is being held responsible. And that's something you just don't see here on YouTube. That's what I keep trying to emphasize, is that all these hobbyists and all these enthusiasts who enjoy their passion and share their passion for technology are completely omitting, if you were considering doing this for a living because you see these videos and they inspire you, they are omitting the accountability, the liability, and the responsibility that comes with getting paid. So there's this huge chunk that they're leaving out. And if you don't know it's missing because you're just an enthusiast too, you're going to be in for a hell of a shock when you enter into this career. And I feel it's such a disservice to the community. It's misleading. And I'm not saying it's done with intention. They don't know they're doing it. And they're not necessarily intending to guide people into the career, but it may be that it's so inspirational and people enjoy it so much The thought is, I want to do that for a living. And make no mistake, I enjoy what I do for a living, but it's not what these enthusiasts are doing. I don't do that. That's why I make my videos, because I feel like this isn't being represented on YouTube. Or it is being represented by that much, like of all this tech content, that much of it is actual people working. And the rest of it is people playing. And people are conflating working and playing as though they're the same. But you don't get paid to play. You pay. If you're a gamer, you're paying to work for free. You're paying for the game, and you're doing the problem solving, and you are working, and you are paying for the pleasure to work. It's bizarre. At the same time, if you're in a professional, meaning that you're in a career where you're getting paid to do a job, that can also be seen as playing a game, but instead, you're getting paid to play it. It's all on how you want to look at it. And of course, playing a game where you're paying to play, you're also not going to get a review. And if you take too long to get through a level, it doesn't matter because you're paying yourself is essentially what you're doing. You're your own boss in that scenario. Gary Tatum says he rebuilt a computer in a new case because the old case had a bad switch. Yeah, you could have just changed the switch, but to each his own. Joseph Hawkins contributes $5.50 New Zealand. He says, Carey, I still enjoy watching your build. Well, thank you, Joseph, and thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate your support and your kindness. John Connor wants to know, Carey, is it possible? Okay, I'm not even going to finish reading that. When you ask a question, is it possible to an unknown answer? The answer is always yes. As far as your imagination can go, is all possible. Anything you can dream up is possible, yes. Yeah. We don't know what the problem is, so therefore anything you could possibly imagine could be the problem. And if you imagine enough and you guess enough, one of those is bound to be right sooner or later, but that's not how I go about solving a problem. So like, for example, if we're having a problem with one of the chips on the board that controls video, or it's the RAM controller, or it's the drive controller, or it's power delivery, or it's VRM, or it's a diode, or it's a capacitor, if it's a transistor, if it's something, this can go on indefinitely as far as your imagination can take you. But the question is, what can I do about it, right? Or what am I willing to do about it? I'm willing to go so far as to try what I've tried. And anything beyond that, I would say, you know what? Let me send it back to the, well, first of all, let me escalate it to Minis Forum. This is Beelink. Let me escalate it to Beelink tech support and see what they have to say. And don't argue with tech support. If you're asking somebody for help and they say, do this and do this, do not say, I already did it. Do not do that. Just do what they asked. If you're asking for help, don't turn around and criticize the help you're getting. You follow the help. Because the minute you start arguing with the person offering you help, the quality of the help is going to change whether you realize that or not. So humor them, okay? If that's what you have to tell yourself, humor them. They say, do this, then you do that. Even though you already know what the result is going to be, you just might be surprised. And if you're not, then you can honestly say, I just did that, I just did what you asked, and here's the result. No difference. What would you like me to do next? People offering tech support will go more out of their way to assist you if you're not fighting with them, because they're not the ones with the broken computer. You called them for help. They didn't call you for help. So don't argue with them. You'll find if you humor the request, do what they asked you to do, one, you might be surprised. Two, they will be faster in their response. They won't just put you off because you're being difficult. So you're probably going to get a faster response, and you might get to that RMA that much quicker instead of having you do more and more and more. Sometimes, and a lot of you don't realize this, that if you're being a pain in the butt, they're going to make you do a bunch of unnecessary stuff before they release the RMA to punish you. That's how the game is played. So you're going to get what you give. And if you give patience, tolerance, and kindness, you will likely get patience, tolerance, and kindness, with some exceptions, but overall, that's how it works. So I wouldn't go all pissed off, and I've been on hold 45, that's not their fault. You know, they don't control how many employees are working that day or how many customers are calling that day. You understand? And I'm not telling you it's guaranteed this way, but overall, statistically, if you do what they ask them to do, and you're very patient, understanding, it doesn't matter if you think you already know the answer. It doesn't matter if you've already done it. Do it again. And then honestly, respond back. You just did it and didn't make any difference. And then, ask, what would you like me to try next? You will be more than likely to get your response faster and to be escalated to an RMA procedure faster. You decide for yourself, but I'm telling you, you're going to get what you give, and especially when it's free tech support. I'll tell you what, some people say, oh, it's not free, it came with the price of the computer. No, I can assure you, the quality of the support you get is going to be better based on your attitude on the phone, because somebody's not going to be very motivated to help you if you're being difficult. They will help you, even if you are difficult. It just might take a little longer, and they might make you do some more tests and report back some nonsense intentionally to punish you. And you'd be hard-pressed to prove they're doing it. So make your life better, make their life better. Just be nice. When you answer phones for tech support or you answer emails for tech support, you deal with some real nutcases. And they might have just gotten off an email or a phone call with somebody who was unreasonable and intolerant and impatient. And now you're next on the phone, and it's hard enough for them to try and recenter their attitude so that they're not still pissed off at the person before you and taking it out on you, because that can happen too. Bob R. contributes $10 in Super Chat. He says, thank you for the continued great content. This is for support of the channel. Right on, Bob. Thank you, my friend. Kevin Smith says, Carey, I was binge watching your old gaming PC build videos from years back. How often do systems you build come back for upgrades and repairs? It's all there. So if a system comes back for upgrades or repairs, I was filming it. Rarely happens. If you look at the repair videos I've done, some of the machines I'm repairing are the first time I've seen them since I built them. And I'll point that out. I'll say, oh, look, this has a build date on the side of, 2009 or whatever it was, or 2013, and this is the first time I've seen it, and that might have been in 2017 or 2018. So I always detail that in the repair videos. But yeah, I don't get many of the machines that I built back for any reason, except maybe to replace them, right? When people are bringing me machines I built 10 years ago, generally they need a new computer. And sometimes once they're that old, it doesn't make any sense to upgrade the one they've got, because we have to replace everything but the case and power supply. So you might as well just pass that down to somebody else who can use it, because for the added cost of a case and power supply, you get a whole brand new system again. And now you'll end up with 2 computers instead of just 1. So that's usually the way that works out. Martin Hogg says, Carey, have you tried booting with the original 16 gig RAM installed? Yes, of course. I would encourage you, once again, if you're just joining us or you're joining late, to just rewind this live video. You can rewind it while it's live, and you can see everything that you've missed. Gary Tatum with a $20 super chat says, hey, it's a great stream. I love seeing real life problems uncut and unedited. And just like real life problems, we don't necessarily get the answer within a certain time frame. We can do that when we script, we can do that when we edit and when we polish to present something to the audience that, for example, I could plant a seed and then in the next second show you it sprouting, and the next second show you it, being 2 feet tall, and in the next video it's growing fruit on the vine, right? And I can edit everything that happened from mosquito infestations or problems with the soil, or problems with the bugs, right? And all of that gets edited out, so all you see is the pretty parts. Wouldn't it be great if we could edit out all of the chaos of life? So I personally, I prefer to see reality because it seems so rare. So, if everybody, or if filming live unscripted was more common, I wouldn't feel the need to do it. So as long as I have something unique to offer, that's what motivates me to do what I do. And I'm glad you get it, because not everybody gets what I do. And that's okay, because I'm not making the video for everybody. I'm making it for the people who get it. And for the people who don't get it, who get angry that I'm not making the video the way they expect it, they don't get that I wasn't making it for them. So it's kind of amusing to me if people get upset by the format that I've taken for these videos. It's as though they are insisting I make commercials because that's what they're accustomed to watching. And yet, I don't owe them anything. They're not my boss. I don't even know who they are. But they feel they need to tell me what I need to do to make them happy. And it's like, maybe we should get to know each other first, That's just a weird way to talk to a stranger. So I appreciate those of you who get what I'm doing and appreciate reality, because this is really what my job is like. I actually take more time on my videos than I do in real repair jobs, for obvious reasons. Time is money. But I like hanging out here, and I love the community, and any excuse I can have to just kind of hang out and chat. If you can't tell, I'll do more of that than actual work, because I enjoy it. Kevin Smith says, I wonder if the Cosmos 2 is still being used. That's my favorite build video. The Cosmos 2 came back for a repair around 2017. And what had happened was it was shutting off and it was getting really hot. So because the guy's local, he brought it back over to Studio A. And I predicted it was probably the liquid cooler. I said those things only last 3 to 5 years. We were right in that window. And basically, when I turned the machine on and I touched the hoses off the all-in-one cooler, they were hot. So I knew the liquid wasn't flowing. So I said, okay, gonna need a new cooler. So we decided which cooler he wanted, ordered it. It arrived, took the old cooler out, put the new cooler on, tested it, everything was happy, sent him back, haven't heard from him since. I imagine he's still using it. But that was made, that video showing that diagnosis and repair of the Cosmos 2. That's one that I built that came back for repair. Richard Palmentier joins us in the chat. Hey, Richard. Dustin Fuller says, good night, Carey. I enjoyed the stream as always. It's only 4:30. Going to bed at 4:30 in the afternoon? I'm teasing. I'm sure he's in some other place of the world where it's much later. Sarge Tech says, life is a learning experience. Thank you, Uncle Carey. Hey, Sarge Tech, life isn't a learning experience for everybody. Some people complain if they have to learn. So again, I appreciate those of you who get what we're doing here. And we'll have an answer one way or another. We'll figure this out. We just may not have the answer right now, but that's okay. I'll probably work on it some more off camera where I can stay focused and not have the distraction of the community that I love interacting with. And of course, I will have private conversations with support and see what advice they have for me. And, if I end up sending it back or maybe I won't send it back. Maybe they just send me another one. Because these are shipping from Hong Kong, I think. It would cost me a bundle to ship that back. Shipping anything from America to Asia, it'd probably cost over $100. So at that price, why not just buy another one? Garfield says, not a question, but this group has been a blessing to me, Uncle Carey, as it has to me as well. Andy says, how is Mitch doing? Mitch is doing great. He was taking the motorcycle out for some rides. Well, before the weather gets to be 100 degrees, I think we're going to have our first 100-degree day Saturday. So once that starts, we have several, 4 or 5 months of it. So it's going to be miserable. But no, he's doing well. And I've got a build coming up that he's going to help me with. But that's going to be probably next month. I'm waiting for the case to arrive. Danny McGrath. Oh, there's Mitch in the chat room. Mitch says, I'm doing great. There, you can ask the man himself. Danny McGrath says, so Carey is his own boss. Kind of. My customers are the boss, right? I mean, when a customer needs something done, we've got to figure out a timeline and a price. And if the customer is not satisfied with the work or the price or anything involving how long it took or it doesn't get done right the first time, it's really no different than having a boss. So I'm self-employed in the sense that I can do what I want to do, when I want to do it, how I want to do it, and I have the ability to say, no, I don't want to do that. That's the kind of work I don't want to do. You'll have customers that will ask you to do things, and I can assure you this will happen if you start your own business, that aren't part of your business. So when smartphones first became popular, one of my customers mentioned they were thinking about getting an iPhone. And I was still using a flip phone. I had never touched a smartphone. And I'd been his computer guy for about 10 years at that point. And I said, well, let me tell you, if you get an iPhone, I just want you to know I cannot help you with it. If you want to check your email with it, if you want to get it on the company network, I don't know the first thing about it. So I won't be able to help you if that's a decision you decide to make. And he acknowledged it. Okay. And then he turned around, bought the iPhone, and proceeded to call me with questions. And I said, I don't know why you're calling me with questions. I don't own an iPhone. I cannot afford an iPhone. Well, this is part of my computers, and you're supposed to service my computers. I go, it's not a part of your computers. That is a personal device you bought for yourself that you also want to use for work, and I don't know anything about it. I don't just magically have the information. I said, I'll tell you what, you buy me an iPhone, and you pay for the monthly service on it. And remember, this is back when you were getting so many minutes per month and so many text messages per month, and anything over and above was going to cost extra. Remember, it wasn't that long ago. I said, you pay for it. And then I'll learn it because I'll be forced to use it. And as I learn how to use it, I'll be able to help you. Well, I'm not going to do that. I said, well, I'm not going to spend all that money and time and invest because you decided you change our contract because you bought an iPhone that I warned you if you bought it, I wasn't going to be able to help you. I don't magically have the knowledge. It's not like I'm refusing to help you. I can't. I don't have the means. I don't have the knowledge. And I can't afford to go and get the knowledge and take time away from other customers that need my knowledge that I do have that are paying me. And this got into a big argument. He goes, well, I know this person's your customer and they have an iPhone, and I know that person's your customer and they have an iPhone, so don't you think you should learn how to fix iPhone? I said, you all might have GE refrigerators too. Does that mean I should learn how to fix GE refrigerators? So I was trying to avoid this entire conversation from ever happening months earlier when I said, if you buy the iPhone, I will not be able to help you with it. And then he did it anyway and pretended like we never had the conversation. And then I relented and said, fine, you want me to learn how to fix an iPhone? You pay for the iPhone and you pay for the monthly service. And as I learn it, I will be able to help you. Well, he didn't want to do that either. Well, welcome to being self-employed. So you don't get that opportunity when you work for somebody else and they're telling you to do this. You go, well, that's not part of my job description, to empty the garbage cans. I'm not a janitor, I'm a tech. Well, you're going to empty the garbage cans or you're going to be looking for other work. And then you got to make a decision. Do you want the paycheck Or do you want your dignity and say, no, I'm standing up for what's right? And I've always stood up for what's right, even if it meant I lost the job, because to me it was about the principle of it. Don't treat me like dirt because you're holding a paycheck over my head. My attitude has always been to act like I'm wealthy, pretend like I don't need the job, pretend like I'm there because I enjoy the work, and that throws the boss off every time because they expect you're going to do whatever they tell you to do. Overall, a lot of bosses I had, because they own you. So when you're on the clock, you'll do whatever. Go wash my car, go pick up my laundry. No. What do you mean no? That's not what I'm doing. What gives you the right to think you can tell me no, I'm paying you? Well, based on the job interview and the job description, we agreed upon what my job responsibilities were going to be, what my hours were going to be, and how much you were going to compensate me for that. So if you're going to change that, then you need to change the compensation. If you're not willing to change the compensation, I'm not willing to change the agreement we made on the job interview. And some bosses will look at that and go, you're a difficult person and you can just take your stuff and go. And I'll say, gladly, I agree. I will take my stuff and go because this isn't what we agreed to and you violated our contract. So both people walk away thinking, you know, the boss is saying, I showed him I'm in charge. I walk away going, I don't need the money. I was just doing this for fun. The boss is fully expecting you to turn around and say, oh, no, no, no. Now that you called my bluff, I'll do whatever you want. And of course, when I don't do that, they can't say anything because they got to hold their ground because their ego's in the way. And for me to find another job was never been another, it's Phoenix, populated city. Find another job in a couple days. Sometimes I purposely didn't go find another job for a couple weeks so I could recuperate from the mental stress and then re-enter the job market again. And you know, you've got to have enough money put away to at least pay the bills, obviously. But even though I never had much money, I always had the attitude when working for an employer that you will treat me fairly. You don't get to take advantage of me because I need the paycheck. It's not going to work for me. And I've never met anybody like me. I've never met another employee do that. The employees are like, you know, I got to pay the bills. And some employees, you know, had families to feed. I didn't. So I can understand why they might have felt more trapped. But I just pretended like I'm here because I enjoy it. I'm not here for the money. And it completely throws the boss every time because they think the money is why you're there. So to be there and say, well, the money doesn't matter. I'm not going to let you take advantage of me because I don't need the money. You're going to pay me a fair salary, regardless if I need the money or not. You will pay me fairly. And that's exactly what I would do if I was rich. If I was rich and I didn't need to work, I wouldn't work for free and I wouldn't work for, you know, under the average pay that that job should provide simply because I didn't need the money. No, it's about the principle of it, right? You'll pay me the same as, you pay me fairly. I'll do a fair day's work for fair pay. We both benefit from it. If one person's benefiting more than the other person, it's no longer a fair deal. I'll leave and find a different deal. No big deal. And then after a while, I just decided, you know what? I think I'd rather be in control than have the money. There's nothing worse than doing nothing wrong and being laid off because the company got bought out by another company and they already have an IT department. They don't need two, so we're going to let you go. And then you got no warning, so maybe you just bought a brand new car. And now, how are you going to make the car payment? You didn't know this was going to happen. So maybe the chief financial officer is embezzling. And now, to meet the quarterly requirements of the shareholders, to satisfy the shareholders, in order to reduce costs, they've got to let you go, even though you've been a loyal employee for countless years and you've always had a good review and they've had nothing but good things to say about you. But unfortunately, because you've been here so long, you're making more money through the raises you got over the years than the college kid we just hired who's nowhere near as proficient as you are at your job, but we don't care because it's about the money. So, sorry, it pains me to say I have to let you go. That drove me crazy. So I figured at least if I fail based on the decisions I made from my own business, then it's my fault. And if I want to make more money, then I just have to work more or decide what kind of work I want to do that pays better. It's no longer put into the hands of a corporation, right? I'm spending my precious time here on earth to make a faceless, soulless corporation more money. Why shouldn't I make myself the money, right? All of these corporations were started by individuals. I'm an individual. I could start a corporation, but here's the thing. I don't want to. I just want my little company that I can run, and I don't want any employees. I don't want to deal with employees or be responsible for having enough work to keep them busy or having to let them go because I don't have enough work to keep them busy. I don't want that. So I go right down the middle, right? Not a corporation. I'm not hiring employees. I'm not dealing with managers who don't know what the heck they're talking about. I always enjoyed the work. I always enjoyed my coworkers, and I always enjoyed the customers I helped. But the management, that's a different story entirely. So that's what led to me becoming self-employed. That was the motivator. That's the thing that got me to take that risk, to take that leap, and to try it. Because my own failure is easy. It's an easy pill for me to swallow. Somebody else's failure that I'm punished for, no, that's a bitter pill I cannot swallow. I just can't do it. It's not in me. David Graham says, I charge $20 to look and $60 to repair plus parts. Yeah, depending on what you're fixing and what your environment is. Some places like New York are very expensive to live, and therefore $20 to look and $60 to fix isn't going to cover enough of your expenses. Or you can live in a small town where $20, you could get by for 3 days on $20, right? So I generally don't charge anything to look. I'll look for free. And it depends on the problem, because if the problem is something I feel is going to be a waste of time or outside of my wheelhouse, I'll simply decline the opportunity. And I've had some calls where people have unrealistic expectations, or they're just unreasonable because of their lack of knowledge of understanding precisely what they're asking for and how expensive that is, that if they're underballing the price or the time needed, I don't need the money. Like, again, I will take the same attitude. I need the money, but I don't need it like that. Because then you're setting a precedent, and that's not good. And then suddenly, before you know it, you're doing work you don't want to do, you're not enjoying what you're doing, and you might as well be working for somebody else at that point. The whole point of becoming self-employed for me was to not be in that situation. But yeah, I had a customer call, well, I shouldn't say a customer. I had a potential customer call me. And I could tell these stories all day, but this one sticks because of how preposterous it was. Customer calls and says, I spilled something on my laptop and it won't come on anymore. And I got your name from a friend because I want to get there. I've got photos on there of a family member who has since passed away. So it's not like I can get any new photos. And a friend of mine referred me to you and said you might be able to help me. And I said, well, I don't know what happened to the laptop by spilling something on it, but in all likelihood, the hard drive is probably fine. So what I would do is I would come out to you and I would pick up your laptop, and I'll bring it back to my office, and I can try to extract the laptop, put it into a drive docking station, and recover the data. Of course, we'll need something to recover the data onto, some kind of a flash drive, and I don't know how much data there is. Do you? She doesn't know how much data there is. Okay, so we don't know if each picture is tiny or each picture is huge or how many pictures there are. So if, in fact, the drive is fine, and it probably is, I don't know how far apart I've got to take the laptop to get to it. Some laptops, it's one screw, it pops right out. Other laptops, you've got to take out the back, the top, the keyboard. It could take hours, or it could be a 5-minute job. Once I have the drive out, assuming the drive works, I need to copy the data onto something that's going to have enough capacity for that data. Or if you have a website like a Google Drive or something, you want me to upload it to the site, if it's within a reasonable size, I can do that too. And she says, what would that cost? I said, that's $125, and that will be me picking up the laptop from you, working on it, doing what you request. You'll need to provide some means for me to put the data on, or you'll have to buy a drive, like an external drive, that you know, whatever you want to do there. If you want to buy one from me, or you want to just buy one from Best Buy or whatever. And then I will reassemble the laptop and return it to you with a copy of your data. So delivery and pickup and delivery are included, no charge. And regardless if the laptop is easy to work on or hard to work on, won't make any difference. I'll do it at that flat rate. And she goes, oh, is it that expensive? I said, well, if you send the drive to Data Recovery Services, you're looking between $1,200 and $2,000, and you'll have to mail it, and you likely will be without it for a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks. I can do this for you and probably have it back to you within 2 days. So it's extraordinary. So the price, I realize you probably don't know what data recovery costs, but I'm telling you, I am giving you probably the cheapest price you will ever hear from any professional. And I would encourage you to call around and get some other prices, because honestly, at $125, that's very, very, very low for what you're asking. Oh, okay, well, I guess I can't afford it, thank you. Well, I guess that friend or family member who died wasn't worth $125. It's like the desperation of the phone call about how critical this data was, how priceless it was, led to, I don't have $125. And you know, from my experience and knowing what data recovery costs, knowing just the service of picking it up and delivering it, you know, she could be clear across town. It's going to be, say, a half an hour to get there, a half an hour to get back, and then turn around and repeat that again. So there's at least 2 hours gone that I can't turn into money, right? I'm in the car. Plus, it's costing me money to drive the car. I'm spending money on the gas. I might be stuck in traffic. God forbid I get into an accident or get pulled over or get a flat tire. So I'm taking all this risk. Then I'm taking on the accountability, liability, responsibility, which is a pretty heavy weight of recovering this priceless data, which I take very seriously. And I'm doing all of that for $125. That is profoundly inexpensive for that kind of service, that speed of service. And to be told that that was too much, like, do I know you? Am I supposed to do this for you for free? Yeah, that was just, wow. And I never heard from that person since then. And I've had a couple customers that wanted to tell me how to do my job. Thankfully, that's only happened about 3 or 4 times over the years. But some of those arguments ended spectacularly with regards to, like, customer calling me and asking me for free help because they had paid me 3 months earlier to do something for them, and now they feel entitled that they can call me anytime and ask me questions and not get billed for it. And that's fine the first 2 or 3 times they do it, but when we're on like the 4th time they've called since their previous service call, so I haven't made any money from them, and yet I've helped them, say, 2 or 3 times before. Now they're calling again with more of the same. I want this to stop. Do you understand? So customer calls me and they're asking me a question, and the way they're asking it is, it sounds like they're asking me how to pirate software. So now I'm even more insulted, and I say, I can't help you with that. That's not legal. Well, who do you think you are telling me what I'm doing is illegal? I'm not doing anything illegal. How dare you? I'll never call you again. So sometimes, it's ended spectacularly. And then I think, hey, I finally got rid of that customer. And I was just being honest, right? The way that was presented to me, it sounded illegal. And they hit the roof when I made this accusation. And they had never paid me for the previous calls I'd helped them with. And it's all based on the fact that they paid me that 3 months ago, that one time I fixed that system for them. And now they feel like I'm their personal tech support, like I'm on retainer. They can call me anytime about any problem, and I'm going to tell them how to fix it over the phone. And it's not that they're saying that, but it's in their actions. It's how they're saying it, and it's their behavior. And it's not, hey, how much do I owe you at the end of the call? No. It's, hey, thanks for your help. I'll call you again when I need something. Okay, I guess. Because you never know when they call, could that turn into a call? Could it, to a paying service call? So of course, I have to be on the phone and entertain the question and entertain the possibilities if that's something that justifies me coming out to get paid for, or can I just tell them to click on something over the phone? And then that sets a precedent, and that's what they start to expect. That sucks. It sucks that people do that. But there's a difference between having customers and having good customers. And losing a customer, I don't care. Losing a good customer, I do care. That's devastating. That's a failure on my part. But when customers treat me like that, whether they acknowledge they're doing it, whether it's their intent, whether they're aware or not, it's just as offensive. And there's no sadness that they're leaving. It's almost a relief. Thank goodness they're not going to call me anymore, right? If somebody's a viewer of one of my videos and they're like, I don't like your videos, okay, I'm not going to watch them anymore. Good. We'll both be happier. I'm not making any money from this person. Ooh, I didn't ask them to do me a favor and watch my videos. I thought I was doing them a favor by offering them free content. But if somebody's paying, like if somebody's a regular community member that I've gotten to know, or somebody's a regular contributor, and they say, hey, I didn't like this thing you did, or I didn't like this thing you said. Oh, well, that's very different. Let me apologize. Let's work this out. Because just like customers, some of the audience has more value than other parts of the audience. And it's frustrating as a content creator when somebody puts themselves up as valuable who hasn't so much as even introduced themselves to me and expects me to care about what their criticism is. It's like, well, who are you and why do I need your permission? I didn't realize when I started making videos that I needed to get your approval. I don't even know your name, right? But at the same time, I've also developed real friendships with folks here, a lot of them. And it would really bother me if I upset anybody who I've gotten to know. But if some random stranger is voluntarily watching my videos and then wants to criticize me, I don't know what they think the result is going to be. Like, what am I going to do? Like, go, oh, thank you, whoever you are, for whatever you think. It's bizarre. And so it's interesting to me because generally the people who cause those problems are the people that aren't doing anything for you. They're just taking, right? Like that one customer, take. And the minute you say, I'm not letting you take anymore, I've given you enough, then they get angry. And I've had what I thought were friends who, as long as they were getting something from me, they were happy with me. And I say, hey, look, this can't continue anymore. And I give them a warning, like, this is going to stop. I just want you to know, I don't want to pull the rug out from you and blindside you. And then it's like, I have just stabbed them in the back. What kind of friend am I to do that? How dare you stop giving me stuff, even though I'm not giving you anything back? You're betraying me is the mentality, and now I'm going to get revenge on you. Well, I guess that friendship wasn't really a friendship, not as I define it. And that's sad, right? Because then it's like there's this reality that smacks me in the face that I can't deny, that this person only liked me so long as they could use me, and there's nothing I can say or do to look at that from any other way that makes it okay. And it's heartbreaking to see that side of people and to go, oh, I wish I would have known this about them, or I wish I would have recognized this about them years ago before I gave so much. It's my fault. I'm the idiot, right? I'm the one who allowed it to continue as long as I did. But you know you have a true friend when they go, hey man, you obviously can't do that forever, and I appreciate that you've included me in it, and I have so much gratitude, and you know, if there's ever anything I can do for you, please let me know. It was good while it lasted, you know. But yeah, it's a side of people I've known for years, and all of a sudden that side appears, and then I'm wondering, was that side there the whole time, and I was just refusing to acknowledge it? Was I making excuses for them that I shouldn't have been? And usually, yeah, the answer is yes, the signs were there, and I just decided to assume the best. And you know, thankfully, that's not happened very often, but boy, does that hurt. I have to tell you, the emotional realization that the only reason somebody was your friend was because they were getting something from you, and they're not returning anything, and they feel like they're entitled to what they're taking, and how dare you stop them from taking any more? Who do you think you are? Wow. And then it's like, all right, well, I need that person out of my life, because holy cow, now that I see this side, thank goodness it's over now, because that was just going to keep going down and down and down until I was drained completely and they had nothing left to take from me. And they don't seem to care or acknowledge or even say thank you for the generosity that I've shown. And it's like, okay, they didn't have to. We didn't sign a contract, right? We didn't say, okay, well, if I'm going to do this for you, you're going to do it for me. But you'd think it would just be common courtesy. At least I did. Usually it works out that way, and when it doesn't, it's always shocking. It's like, holy cow, what did I do? Holy smokes. You'd think I just killed their dog or something. Crazy. And it's almost always involving money. Almost always, the fixation of money and how that can interfere with friendships. It's difficult. And it's great when people, and most people do, give and take. You know, they feel, hey, I want to say thank you. Hey, let me do something for you. Just the offer, right? Just the offer. And it's unfortunate that it's happened so many times, like with the Computer America show, that just went sour in a way that was profoundly disturbing. Somebody I knew and trusted just betrayed me. At least that's how it felt to me. They felt they were the ones betrayed. Who's right and who's wrong? So you cut that relationship. You go, no, that's it, we're done. If that's, like, I'm reasonable, you can work with me, but if you're not going to be reasonable and you're not going to be somebody who's open to being, you know, willing to negotiate, and I'm the only one that has to sacrifice, and I'm the one who has to make it all right, it's not worth it to me. That's not a friendship I need in my life. I can buy those friendships anywhere for the same amount of money. I don't have to pay somebody to be my friend. I could do that anytime if I wanted to. So what's that friend doing for me? And so when there's that sense of betrayal, it stings. I'll tell you, that stings a lot. And it certainly makes me appreciate the friends who are there for me when there's nothing in it for them to be there, right? It's like, oh, well, that's a true friend. And I've got many of those too. And thankfully I do, because sometimes, you know, we can all use a little help now and again, and for someone to recognize that and to not pile on, that's something a friend does, right? And if somebody's not willing to do that, then they're not really a friend, as far as I'm concerned. James Carter says, good boundaries are healthy. Yeah, it's unfortunate though. I mean, it'd be nice if you didn't need to have boundaries. Because I think with a friend, with a real friend, or even a family member, you shouldn't have to worry about things like boundaries, if that's a close relationship. So that is an unfortunate truth. Danny says it happened to me too. Oh, I think it happens to all of us. In some way, shape, or form, you interact with enough people and you live long enough, and the motivations behind why people will hurt others can be money, could be a relationship, it could be something competitive, that they just want to beat you, prove they're better than you, some reason it's important to them. Could be some unaddressed issues going on. But in much the same way, do I miss those people? I really don't. It's like, oh, I'm glad they're out of my life. And with customers, when customers are difficult like that, do I miss them? Do I think, oh gosh darn, I've lost a customer? No. I think, hey, this frees me up. The time I was spending with that customer that I felt was abusive, that frees me up for time for a new customer, somebody who I'm not helping, or other customers, to take that person's place in what time I have available to help. And through that sifting of going through people, there are people that are going to stand the test of time. They will remain customers as long as you remain in business. And just like friends that'll be there through the hard times and be there to the end, those are the friends. And we've all, I'm sure, experienced that at some point, whether it's family, friends, perceived friends, and perceived family. Yeah. And I think it's just very healthy to be able to acknowledge it, let it go, and utilize the time and resources you were investing in those people into other people, something that's more balanced. And the same is true with customers. You'll have a handful of customers that will just be a pain in your butt and will never pay you fairly, and you'll have to fight for every dime, or maybe they don't pay you on time. And you'll have other customers that'll give you a tip, they'll tell you how much they enjoy working with you. I've got a client of mine, and I swear every time I see him, he says, hey, it's good to see you. I just want you to know we really appreciate all the hard work you do for us. And I always say the same thing. I'm like, I need more customers like you. You are a pleasure to work for. Can you get me about 5 more of you? Because if every customer I had to work for was as easy to work for as you are, my life would be great. And that's a wonderful exchange to have with a customer, right? Just compliment, re-compliment, you're served. And I truly mean it. He is an absolute pleasure to work for. And he's been my customer for like 20 years. Subdue Light says, I don't often talk, but I always watch your videos. I must apologize. I love your channel for years. From all of your builds and of course your cooking, I hope everyone is well. Well, right on. Thanks for saying hello in the chat. I always appreciate that. Kevin Smith says, do friends and family often ask for technical help? Well, when I first started working on computers when I was 16, 17, 18, I was a dumb kid from my parents' eyes. You understand? Because they're seeing the kid whose diapers they changed and who was maturing as a child, growing into an adult, and therefore there's no way in heck I'm letting my moron child work on anything that's worth any money that they're going to break. That was my parents, right? There was no support there. My mother went so far as to say, none of my kids will ever be as smart as I am. Which is funny when you consider my mother was raised sort of as a poor country bumpkin family, to put it mildly. but somehow, without any college education, she has determined that none of her children will ever be as smart as she is. That's a terrible thing to say to your children. So that doesn't help one's self-confidence to achieve. Well, the people you look up to the most are letting you and reminding you daily of how incompetent and stupid you are. And it wasn't like I was a bad kid, but I was always different. And that was seen as bad certainly from my father's point of view, for sure. In fact, my father was pretty certain I wasn't his, that somehow he got the wrong kid at the hospital. They mixed up the kids. How would you like your father to say that to you? And quite honestly, I was pretty sure he was right, to be honest. I'm like, that's the only thing that makes any sense is I'm not your kid. I belong to somebody else. Yeah, but you'd expect the father to say, oh no, you're definitely my kid. And of course, you could look at us today and hear us and, I'm definitely his. I don't need a DNA test. You can see it, you can hear it. But yeah, that's a tough way to grow up. So initially, family said, no, you're not touching my stuff. What, are you crazy? I even had a friend that I grew up with who was having a problem with his computer. He built a computer. And I had been doing this professionally for about 5 or 6 years, so I was probably in my late 20s. And he and I hadn't talked very much. He had moved away, and he mentioned he was having problems with a new computer that he built. And I offered to come over and help him for free. So I went over there, and we took his cooler off, and I said, I need a Q-tip and rubbing alcohol. And he looked at me, and he goes, you're going to get my computer wet? I said, it's rubbing alcohol. It evaporates. It's how I need to get the thermal compound off of it. He goes, well, you just wipe it off. I go, and I had had enough, like from my parents, and I had to prove everybody how capable I was because nobody believed in me. So I said, listen, I've been doing this for a living for 5 or 6 years. I do this all the time. This is not going to hurt your CPU. You've got to trust me. I know what I'm doing. How do you think I've been doing this 5 or 6 years? You have to trust me. I'm not going to hurt it. And he went and got the rubbing alcohol and the Q-tips, and we cleaned it, and we got it working, right? Whatever that was, I don't remember, but I hated having that conversation with a friend. It's the same conversation I had with my parents. So once my parents figured out I could fix things, because I'm like, let me fix it. No, 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 let me fix it. No, not you. Finally, they're like, fine, and then I fixed it. And then they're like, here, now fix this. Here, now fix that. And after about 2 or 3 years of that, I'm like, stop asking me to fix stuff. Stop it. Stop calling me all the time. That's true. It actually happened. I went from like practically begging them to give me a chance to then practically begging them to stop asking me for help. It's too much. You're overbearing. So, yeah, and I don't know how many of you can relate to that. I can only live my life. I don't know what your life is like, but that's how it worked out for me. Bob R. said customers can be really mean. I've been in retail most of my career. Yeah, I've worked retail, and retail's great for experience because you're going to run into all kinds. You're going to run into all kinds of life, from homeless people to spoiled, rotten people, rich people, poor people, entitled people. Oh, I wouldn't trade that experience for anything because you get so much of it. You get so much variety every day. It's a whole new adventure every day. It's a whole new experience. So many different personality types and so many people with different disabilities. I didn't even know that were disabilities. You know, so many people that are good parents and so many people that are terrible parents letting their children just rampage the store. Oh man, I didn't even know these kind of people existed until I worked in retail. And also some of the coolest and nicest people. Absolutely. Most customers, they're neither good nor bad. They're just in and they're out. They're there, they conduct business, they leave. Then you've got ones that go over and above. They're just amazing people. And then you got ones that are like, is that person human? Is that an evolved ape? I'm not sure. I've never seen anything that looked like that before. Maybe that's politically incorrect, but that's how it was, right? Never encountered certain types of people in my world in the 1980s, and then going into retail and having all kinds of people. All of a sudden, I was seeing things I'd never seen before. I hadn't seen it on TV. I never saw it in school. I was fascinated. Great experience. Subdue Light says, I respect you dealing with customers. I've only dealt with PCs, with friends, etc. What with all your knowledge over the years? Yeah, especially having to explain things, right? Concepts, digital concepts to analog people. That can be a real challenge for some people. And you know, the longer I was doing that, the more impatient I was getting, right? It was sort of like, I'm going to explain this now for the 10th millionth time. But it'll be the first time I've explained it to that person. But I'm just so sick of it. And if they don't immediately get what I'm saying, it's like, you know, I'm not a tutor. You know, and when I was first learning it, it was easier for me to teach it. And more people needed to know it. But now a lot of things that were taught are now just common knowledge, just being familiar with computers that the average individual picks up naturally. So a lot of things don't have to be explained anymore that used to have to be explained. And when you run into somebody who, for whatever reason, missed out and they do need those things explained, I'm like, oh, what a burden. By making YouTube videos, I can explain something once, and then the video can be replayed over and over and over and seen by thousands of people around the world. And so I don't have to constantly be like a robot going around and doing the same things over and over and over again. I can just go here, watch this video. I've already done it. I do it once. And if you need to watch it and be reminded because you forgot the next day, you go back, watch it as many times as you want. Doesn't bother me one bit. Not compared to having to explain it day after day. We just had this conversation yesterday. Now it's like, you know what, just go back and watch the video. It's just a much more efficient way to spread information and to teach. And furthermore, because the videos stay up in perpetuity, everything I've done in the past still remains as educational content for viewers who don't have that past. Somebody who's just getting into it now, for some reason, you know, they've been able to avoid it. Now all of a sudden, their mood has changed, their attitude has changed, or they are required to know it. They can go back and benefit from all that stuff I taught all those years ago. So I just think it's a smarter way to work. Wilhelm Gordon wants to know, can Wi-Fi 5 be updated to Wi-Fi 6E with a USB adapter? I think Wi-Fi 6E requires Windows 11. It requires a Wi-Fi 6E router. It would require a USB port that has the bandwidth that is matching or greater than Wi-Fi 6E. And I don't know what benefit you would get from it. So I guess my question to you is, why? What are you trying to solve by putting a Wi-Fi 6E adapter in? What is it you think that's going to do for you? I'm very curious. Do you think that's going to make your internet faster? Do you think it's going to increase the range of your Wi-Fi signal? I don't understand what it is you're trying to accomplish. Let's start with that question, and then let's see if the answer has anything to do with Wi-Fi. I find customers will ask questions to what they think the answers are, but I don't know what it is they're trying to answer. So let's start with, what is the problem you are trying to solve, or what is the goal you are trying to accomplish by upgrading your Wi-Fi adapter? Because it may be your Wi-Fi adapter has nothing to do with it. I mean, back in the day, I'd have customers buying brand new network cards and replacing their 10 gig network card with a gigabit, right? When the default install was always a 10 gig card 20 years ago, whatever it was. Say, why did you replace your network card? They don't even have a network. They said, oh, I want my internet to go faster. Internet speeds back then, you're like 1.5 meg DSL. Like, that doesn't make your internet any faster. You just spent that money and did that work because you were under the impression that was going to make your internet go faster. You should have told me that right from the get-go. We could have avoided all of this time and money, and we could have gone right to the gist of it, which is, what is it you want your internet to do? Sometimes they didn't need the internet to go faster. Sometimes they needed to take some of the resource-intensive applications out from the background of running tasks of their PC so that videos would play smoothly, for example. The second question would be, what makes you think a Wi-Fi 6E adapter exists? A Wi-Fi 6E USB adapter. Is there such a thing? Can anybody point me a link to a USB Wi-Fi 6E adapter? I don't think they exist. John Gardner says, your videos are my go-to on my projects. Right on. Wilhelm Gordon says, Netgear has a Wi-Fi 6E USB adapter. Can you link it for me so I can see it? Mark Leibowitz says, Carey speaks wisely. It never pays to disrespect the person trying to help you. I'm always patient and kind when I'm on the phone with support, and I nearly always get good support. Now, I'm telling you, think about why I'm telling you, right? I'm not the one answering the phone. It's not on me. Oystein has provided a link to a Netgear. Thank you, Oystein. Let me see what it is. Wait, did I click the right one? Netgear Nighthawk Wi-Fi 6E adapter. You know what? Let me bring it up here so we can all see it together. Let me go. Oystein's. I see Terrell's provided one too. Let me share the website with you. Let me turn that off. Here we go. Okay, let's see what do we have. Netgear Nighthawk Wi-Fi 6E USB adapter tri-band. And let's see. What do we need for that adapter to work? It says Windows 10 for connecting to 6. Oh, wait a minute. For connecting to 6 gigahertz, Windows 11 is required. Windows 10 only supports 2.5 and 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. Best performance with USB 3.0 compatible with USB 2.0. Supports WPA3. Yeah, I think you have to have WPA3. You have to have Windows 11, which we haven't even established that part of this question yet. But it does exist. There it is. Right on. I know I went looking for a USB 6E adapter about 6 months ago, and there didn't seem to be any. And I didn't understand why. And let me see, it looks like there was another link posted. Let me go back to camera 1 for a minute. And let's see what link Terrell has posted here. Same one. Same one. Okay. Hey, and it's only 80 bucks. And that's AXE 3000, which is actually kind of slow for 6E. Three gigabits per second. Isn't 6E supposed to go faster than that? Or is it limited to each connection at 3 and they're adding those 3s up for a total? Because I see like AXE 19,000 on the routers, AXE 16,000, 12,000. So why is that only 3,000? Thank you for the links, guys. Are there any other Wi-Fi 6E USB adapters, or is it just that one? Wilhelm says he's trying to increase his range. So what is the router you're using right now, Wilhelm? Typically speaking, range is limited by the router, not by the adapter. And the 6 gigahertz channel doesn't give you more range. It gives you less range. The E part of Wi-Fi 6E gives you higher speed at a closer distance. It does not extend distance. In that case, it's the same as Wi-Fi 6 in that regard. So 6E would not benefit you for range, period. And that's the only difference between 6 and 6E is that 6 gigahertz band, which doesn't go as far. The higher the band is, the shorter the range is. So 2.4 has the best range. 5 would have better performance, but not as much range as 2.4. And 6, which is the E part of Wi-Fi 6E, 6 is the additional band at 6 gigahertz, which does not have as much range as the 5 gigahertz, which we've already established doesn't have as much range as 2.4. So I would be curious what router you have right now. And then for a lot of people, just moving the router makes the most sense. It's cheap in most cases where it's possible. So like at Studio B, the cable connection comes in at the far wall, at the edge of the house. So to get to the opposite end of the house via Wi-Fi is a bit of a challenge. But if a cable were run into the middle of the house, to the living room, then it would broadcast more balanced to both sides of the house, resolving any range issue. But at the same time, there are mesh routers, and mesh routers are amazing at conquering range issues. I've had customers that have had houses that were built out of, I don't know, some kind of lead material that didn't let Wi-Fi signals easily pass through the walls. And they're not big houses, but they were just built in a time when they, you know, for whatever reason, they had materials in the walls that was very hard for a Wi-Fi signal to get through. And they just gave up trying to get a router to work. And then when the mesh routers got introduced, it has fully solved every single customer problem. One customer, I had to twist his arm to get him to try it because he said, you know, I've already tried routers. They just don't work. The house is just designed in such a way that I go, stop talking and just try this. Nothing you've experienced before a mesh router is even comparable when it comes to range. It's a whole different world with a mesh router. So that's why I want to know, what kind of a router are you using now? It's not the Wi-Fi adapter you want to change. It's either the location of the router or the style of router. Some routers have a mesh option. None of the Netgears do, but the Asus and TP-Link routers, many of them have the option to put them into mesh mode. And what that means is you can then buy another router by the same company and they'll communicate together. So you don't have to replace your entire network. You can, you don't have to go and buy a mesh system. You can just buy another one of what you've got and pair them together, put them at opposite ends, and just expanded your range for less money, potentially. I've got a ton of videos on this subject. I was doing a bunch of router reviews, say 8 months ago. Just router review after router review. Mesh routers, Asus routers, Netgear routers, TP-Link routers, pros and cons of each one, prices, range, and then started getting into the mini PCs. Prior to that was a bunch of system builds, so there's a lot of variety here on the channel. It keeps it interesting for me. And don't be afraid to go back and look in that library for additional content on specific items I may not be covering lately because I've already covered them so much in the past. It's like, enough talk about that. But if you missed all of those videos, or those videos weren't of interest to you at that time because you weren't trying to solve this problem, maybe a good time to go back and look at some of those routers and their benefits and costs. Whoopsie. Where's my live chat? There it is. Old Man 55 says, oh, Wi-Fi 6E is 5.4 gig, so that's almost twice 3 gig. Wilhelm says he's got a TP-Link router with 6E and a motherboard with 6E. Are you running Windows 11 on that motherboard with Wi-Fi 6E? And I want to remind you, Wi-Fi 6E is not range. So did you buy Wi-Fi 6E because you thought that was going to give you more range? Or was there another reason you bought 6E? 6E will not benefit you for range issues. Depending on the TP-Link router you have, though, it may have one mesh or easy mesh within the firmware of the router. And if it does, that's good news. That means you can buy any other TP-Link router that has the matching one mesh or easy mesh, and you can then put it into mesh mode for the cost of just the other router and put that router somewhere else in the house. All your range issues resolved. Wilhelm says he's got a TP-Link AXE 5400. Did you see my review on that router? You know I returned that router because I thought it was junk, right? Let me just double check that I'm not mixing that up with a different router. I'm pretty sure that's the router that I sent back. I found it. There was no benefit going from Wi-Fi 6 to Wi-Fi 6E, and in many cases it was actually worse. Let's see, CareyHolzman. I'll just put in TP-Link and see what that brings up. Oh, the one I did was a quad band, the very expensive TP-Link AXE 16000, so it's a different model than what you're talking about. Yeah, that router was way overpriced. You know Wi-Fi 7 is out now, right? I go to, let me show you something. Best Buy. And let's bring up screen share. And let's look for the BE800. There is the latest Wi-Fi 7 right there. And I only see this available at Best Buy. I don't see it on Amazon for some reason. And you can see people aren't real happy with it, but that is Wi-Fi 7. It's a pretty neat looking router. I'm not dropping $600 on that, but I also don't need a 10 gigabit per second internet port. I wish I had that need. People haven't even got their wireless 6E up and running, and 7 is already out. What are you gonna do? Old Man 55 said Wi-Fi 7 is 40 gig. Yeah. Crazy. But most people are not going to see a benefit from Wi-Fi 7. Those are going to be very heavy use. You know, somebody's moving big files over their LAN. You've got a big expensive network set up. Your average home user would just be wasting their money with a router like that, in my opinion. But yeah, if you're having a range problem, I would definitely suggest going into mesh mode, assuming the router you've got supports mesh. I don't know that it does or not. You can look that up. Or simply replace the router. TP-Link has a number of mesh routers where they're little towers. You can get like 3 of them and place them, you know, an equal distance apart from each other. If your house has a basement or a second floor, you can put them on different floors, and it just blankets the entire area with coverage. Like I said, the Wi-Fi 6E, I think from what you're saying, I think you bought something that doesn't benefit you. It's Wi-Fi 6E is if you're within close range of the router and you want to transfer files locally on your own network to some other device that can absorb that much data. Like a typical NAS isn't going to do it. Your NAS isn't going to run any faster. You're going to have some pretty high-end equipment to take advantage of those speeds and be within a very limited range of the router to achieve those speeds wirelessly. So I know that you bought the right router from what you're telling me so far. for the thing it is you want to accomplish. Starshine says there's a guy on AliExpress that has Wi-Fi 12 routers. What's he doing? Taking a Wi-Fi 1 and a Wi-Fi 2 and he's gluing them together? Bob R said my Wi-Fi right now is 781.2 megabits per second, downloads 781.2 megabits download, 144.8 megabits upload. Yeah, I mean, that's still basically Wi-Fi 5, so it's all good. Wilhelm says it does have one mesh. So, and it could be a fun experiment, but if you look at my older videos, search CareyHolzman space one mesh, I introduce how the one mesh system works. But you could literally buy any TP-Link router that supports one mesh, right? Depending on how much area you want to cover. A cheaper router to cover a little area, or another matching router like what you have to cover another large area, because I don't know what you're trying to cover. And just enable one mesh, and I show how to do it on the video. It's really easy, and that'll solve all your range problems. You just got to make sure you get another TP-Link router that supports one mesh, and make sure that that router will have the additional range you want. So if you're just trying to add, another quarter of 25% of range, or are you trying to add another 100% of range? If you're trying to add another, if you're trying to double your range, you need another matching router of equivalent power. But if you're only trying to go a little bit more, then you can buy the cheaper router that supports one mesh. As long as it's from TP-Link, and as long as it supports one mesh, not all TP-Link routers do. Oystein says 2 Wi-Fi 6 routers gives you Wi-Fi 12. See, I did the math wrong. Wilhelm says, thank you, Carey. Hey, Wilhelm, let me know. Let me know how that works out for you. I think we'll wrap it up for today. We've been going a long time. I wanted to let this sit, and I like to talk with you guys, but I wanted to let this sit just so we could try it one more time before we go, just to give it time, to think about what it's done. Let it sit in the corner of shame. Reconsider its attitude and see if it's changed its mind. Let's find out. I'm going to just step around and hook things back up here. So I'm going to go back to, let's see, I guess it doesn't matter which HDMI cable I use. This is the close-up camera here. And this is power, and I've left the Wi-Fi dongle plugged in. And let me go back over to OBS and let's check my input, because I was messing around with that input on, what is that called? HDMI input is what I called it. But I was kind of puzzled why OBS has given it a different device name than the other three, but it's still the same. I haven't changed it. So let me turn that on. Yeah, that's where I want that. And camera 1, we'll put myself in a corner here, like so. In power. Okay, power light just came on. I'm leaving this fan disconnected. I just want to see what happens. And let's see if we get any life out of it. You gotta be patient. You gotta wait the full 2 minutes. I know, because it doesn't happen right away. You instantly go, oh, nothing has changed. And you might be right, but we still got to give it a full opportunity, the full 2 to 3 minutes. And then we can safely conclude nothing has changed. But until then, anything's possible. And while we're waiting, I want to say thank you once again to the contributions that came in during today's live show. And to my members who have renewed, like Albert Houston, thank you so much to Avery Ramsdorf and our good friend there, Planet Cryos. Thank you to Joseph Hawkins out there in New Zealand. Thank you goes out to Buster, our friend Peter Laycock in Scotland, Alan Lindos, Ben Laird, also in Scotland, Mark Gaines joining us from, he's in the UK, I'm not sure where he is. Thank you, Mark, as always. Chris, the PC Doctor, contributed $20. Thank you, Chris. Fatal Dragons, Winston Liu, and Nick Caffrey, as well as Mike Visions, also contributed during today's live stream. And Joseph Hawkins again, along with Bob R. and Gary Tatum. You guys rock. Thank you so much for supporting these streams. And, you know, regardless of the outcome of this today, it's not that big of a deal, one way or the other. There's more story to be told either way. So, like I said, I'll work on it off camera since it doesn't look like it's going to cooperate with us. And I'll talk to the folks at Beelink about it. And we'll see what Beelink support is like, right? I hate simulating things. Having something real, a real world scenario, and having a real world experience, I find that to be much more valuable information to share. So we know what to reasonably expect if we decide to buy a particular company's products, and should we need support. Is that something that's a big deal or not? I think I'm about to find out. I suspect it's probably going to be just fine. I'll check my email real quick here before I go. And doesn't look like I missed anything. And again, a shout out to Avery, who sent an Amazon gift card before the show. And again, it's keeping me from having to be a corporate shill, from having to accept corporate sponsorships, is what those contributions enable. So for those of you who can and do support the channel in that way, I don't expect it. I always appreciate it. And for those of you who support the channel in other ways, through participating in the chat room, through sharing links on social media, and through just being an awesome member of our community, thank you for being you and for being a part of this. It's really cool, and it's something very unique here on the internet that we've all created. And it wouldn't be the same without you. That's gonna wrap it up for me for today. It looks like we've got a no-go on the boot, and that's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you lose the battle, but we can still win the war. It's all good. It's all part of the job. And it ends on a little bit of a cliffhanger, so reason for content to continue. We'll see how this all pans out. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you all very, very soon. And until next time, bye for now. Gotta grab the right mouse, and then I gotta pick an intro. Bear with me.